I could see.
Okay, so I'm going to ask everybody to mute for now.
Oh, yeah.
We are now live streaming on YouTube. Okay, so hello everybody. Today we are going live. It's an international effort from everybody worldwide who are actually marching today to freedom. Okay, for freedom. So we decided that we were all going to do 3 events, October 24th, and I think it's November 21st, and then December 19th. But because of different weather situations and everything else, and because we can't get to, let's say, Toronto, Vancouver, or Montreal, what we've done is we have France that's with us, and they are heading out with the convoy. They decided to do a convoy from Montreal all the way to Quebec City, and this is what you're going to be. Actually, France, I have to. I don't know if people are seeing you. I guess they are. So when you do that, I'm going to have to do the screen share. But anyways, they're on their way, and it was really nice to hear all of the honking when they met. So they're meeting from, like, different groups are meeting from different highways and then joining together and then going to Quebec. So this will be very interesting. And then we're hoping to have some people on board, which we'll be talking today. We'll be trying to go all day from now till maybe 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. And if we get cut off, we'll be right back. So just so that you understand. Fait que là, aujourd'hui, on vous présente, là, on est ici là, comme c'est là, aller peut-être jusqu'à 5 ou 6 heures ce soir, ou comment je devrais dire, 18 heures. Puis là, on va vous montrer des événements qui se passent mondialement. On va souhaiter qu'on vienne à bout de les rejoindre. Puis pour des efforts là, pour la liberté. C'est pour la liberté de tous les pays là, mondiaux au niveau de ce qui se passe, c'est comment est-ce que les gouvernements là, essayent de finaliser leur gouvernement mondial, puis là, on perd tout, qu'est-ce qu'on a là, OK? Fait qu'on devient seulement des clients dans nos pays. Alors, là, c'est important que tout le monde écoute, que tout le monde oui, s'enligne pour la liberté, parce qu'en ce moment, on se bat pour notre liberté, notre vie, le futur de nos enfants. C'est pas juste pour qu'est-ce qui se passe là, dans nos pays là, au niveau des mesures. Alors, là, on va avancer un petit peu. Puis, je voudrais vous montrer quelque chose. Là. Fait que je vais laisser les filles s'introduire. OK? So, France and Rhonda, please introduce yourselves.
Go ahead, Rhonda.
Hi, I'm in Saskatchewan, Regina, Saskatchewan, and I'm looking forward to the rally, the online rally today. We decided to do it this way so that everybody can attend and see what's going on worldwide, and not just in Canada, but worldwide. And a lot of us aren't able to physically be at rallies. So that's it.
OK. À mon tour maintenant, moi, je suis France Clermont du Québec. On a un méga gros convoi aujourd'hui, étant donné qu'on a des distances assez importantes. On sait que le Québec, c'est très grand. Et pour se rejoindre, il y a 4 convois qui partent de différents endroits, Sherbrooke, Québec, Montréal, Laval. Et Montréal, plutôt Brossard. Et donc, on se rejoint à un point de rencontre. Toute la journée, je suis vraiment heureuse d'être avec vous en direct. Toute la journée, on va vous lire des témoignages des gens, ça rentre. Moi, ce que je trouve extraordinaire, c'est que le gouvernement, il a poussé sa chance, là. Les gens se réveillent. Quand on sait qu'une ville comme Latuc, qui a 0 cas, a été classifiée comme étant une ville rouge. Il faut se poser des questions. Là, ça, c'est vraiment grave. On arrête tout là, pour rien, mais rien du tout. Alors, les gens se réveillent de plus en plus. Donc, je laisse la parole à Nicole et je vous reviens un petit peu plus tard. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, anyways, we're going to be speaking in English and French off and on. But anyways, hopefully the people won't get upset with us. But hey, that's the way the ball rolls because everyone's included and we all need to get along and, you know, make the best of what we can. Alors, ça va être dans les deux langues aujourd'hui, là. S'il vous plaît, fâchez-vous pas parce que c'est pas dans votre langage ou whatever, parce que là, on est tous ensemble, même si ce sera en chinois, là. Tout le monde a le droit de parler. C'est la journée de la liberté. On débute vraiment là, à l'international avec le Powershift of Freedom. Alors, c'est de tout changer là, à une vraie liberté pour les citoyens au-dessus de nos gouvernements. Alors, on débute, puis France, comme je vous dis, elle est déjà en auto, puis elle a fait du millage. Puis nous, on va faire du millage à l'Internet. Alors, il y a beaucoup de gens qui savent qu'est-ce que nous, on fait à l'international. Puis ça va être intéressant de voir, là, puis de tous partager qu'est-ce qu'on démontre aujourd'hui. Fait que là, je voudrais vous montrer un petit vidéo de à peu près 6 minutes que j'ai fait hier, qu'on a envoyé à l'international. Puis ils vont introduire ça sur la plateforme. Et ensuite, on a un message de Robert Kennedy Jr., qu'il a fait juste pour nous, pour cet événement-là, pour partager avec tout le monde. Alors, restez avec nous. So I was just saying that we are going to be able to show you videos of different things that they're doing, and they're going to be sharing what we're doing at the international level. And so it'll be interesting to see what everybody has come up with. So yesterday I did a short 6-minute video to introduce what we're doing, because we're also sharing all of our little videos worldwide for people to show at their marches today. They've already started in the UK and Germany 6 hours ago. So we're always, you know, 6 hours behind them. But anyways, what I did was a small video that I'm going to be playing now, so that, and then afterwards we're going to be playing around noon. I think we're going to be playing the video for that Robert Kennedy Jr. Released for this event to everybody. We got the video late last night, and we'll be able to show it to you at noon. So please stay with us, and I will now do a screen share to be able to show you this video. Okay, now if I can go and find it. Okay. Now, okay.
Hello, everyone.
Whoops.
Hello, everyone.
Not yet. I gotta change it to French. Okay, it's finally ready for to be able to auto-translate to French. Fait que là, on va avoir une version là, sous-titres française. Bon. Okay. Screen share. Somebody can talk in the meantime while I'm preparing this. Vous pouvez parler, là, si vous voulez, pendant que je fais ça.
OK. Moi, je vais prendre la parole pendant que Nicole prépare une vidéo. Elle a mentionné tantôt que c'est plus le temps là, de faire des chicanes. D'ailleurs, c'est ça qui nous a divisés à travers, qui a divisé les peuples. Alors, c'est plus le temps de faire des chicanes parce qu'on parle anglais ou français. Tout le monde doit être vraiment, vraiment debout et unis, même dans la diversité, justement. C'est ce qui va faire notre force. C'est ce qui va faire qu'on va prendre le dessus sur ceux qui essayent de nous faire passer dans le tordeur, là, comme on se comprend bien, les Québécois. Alors, il est hors de question qu'on aille dans leur New World Order. No way. Le nouvel ordre mondial, on n'en veut pas. On va se faire un nouveau monde, mais ça va être un nouveau monde meilleur pour tout le monde. Alors, it's your turn, Rhonda, if you want to speak a little. Rhonda is gone. OK, Nicole, then.
On est quasiment prêt. OK. Fait que là, oups, faut que je change ça un petit peu. Ramener ça. Là, on est prêt. OK, fait que là, on va fermer nos micros. My name is Nicole. I'm from Canada, and I am part of the Canadian group to combine all the lawyers and the doctors and the scientists in regards to lawsuits being undertaken worldwide in order to save our countries and our rights from being destroyed by this COVID planned pandemic, and to also liberate all the people finally. Because if you think you were free before COVID, we were never free before COVID. As long as the people don't have final decision-making authority in our governments, we were never free. So nothing in law supersedes the will of the people. And this is what we've done. So if you come to thepowershift.ca, you will find out that all countries can do the same. And what we have done to help everybody worldwide was to create an ebook that we have called Powershift to Freedom. And if everybody gets together worldwide and we all manifest, and as they say in French, manifest. It sounds better than protest because we're manifesting our future and our power shift to freedom. And this is how the meek will inherit the earth. And we'd like you to join us and everybody worldwide, Robert Kennedy Jr., Dolores Hayhill, Rainer Fulmiak, and, Dr. Schoening, and everybody that has participated in bringing you the truth. The doctors worldwide that are, and the scientists are getting together. This is for you. This is for sanity. This is for common sense. This is what is right to do. So please, we need you to do the same as what we are doing at thepowershift.ca, which is signing your convention of consent, which is what we did, which is our political move. In free democratic countries, the people of a free country are the sovereigns as a whole. Therefore, the people are the exclusive executives as the final decision makers through referendums. No queen, king, governor general, or government is sovereign, nor the final decision makers unless the people have consented to accept them as their sovereign or exclusive executive to rule over them. In Canada, the Constitution was created and repatriated in such a way to purposefully remove the power of our status as a free people without our consent, giving the exclusive executive authority to the federal and provincial governments. This is usurpation and theft of our lawful rights. In free democratic countries, the people create their constitution or can ask their government to create it, but it must remain to the benefit of the people and not to the benefit of the government. And the people are the ones who can accept it or change it through consensus. The way this is done is that the people set up and own their governance and government, including all assets derived within. The courts of law are created for the people and the government. Courts get their jurisdiction by the people. The courts fall below the people as a whole and are the checks and balances for the people to ensure that the government follows the law of the land, being the Constitution for all to follow. Law is created by and for the people to ensure good governance and peace, and how we as individuals are governed through our mutual agreement within the laws of the Constitution. Governments do not own the Constitution, nor the right to dictate to the people, nor do they possess the right to oppress us by selling our assets and natural resources, or enter us into a global governance scheme without our consent. This means that the Canada Constitution 1867-1982 is a fraud upon the people and First Nations brought to us without full consent by our politicians to this day. All are guilty of fraud, seditious conspiracy, and treason upon the people it claims to work for. So what does this mean? It means that Canada is in crisis and that we, the people, must initiate a Canadian constitutional change to remove the Queen as sovereign and the Canadian governments as exclusive authority over Canada and the people within our Constitution. Doing so is our political right. So what can we do before the next election? Are you ready to make Canadian and world history? If so, we the people together can change our Constitution by removing the Queen and the governments as exclusive authority at the federal and provincial levels by doing two things. 1. Join the People's versus the Queen and Government Constitutional Public Interest Class Action at thecanadianpeoplesunion.com and myfreedom2017.com. So join us today at the Canadian People's Union, a people united in participating in our constitutional public interest class action Powershift challenge today. Thank you. So anyway, we'll move on with this, and hopefully we'll see you on our website. And if you need any assistance, please email us from thepowershift.ca. And if you are a doctor, a lawyer, and you would like to take part in coordinating with all of the doctors worldwide here in Canada or anywhere else, and you don't know where to go, you can contact us at thepowershift.ca. Thank you.
Je peux prendre la parole, Nicole?
Oui, France.
Merci. Ce que je veux mentionner, c'est que je veux reprendre les dernières paroles que Nicole vient de dire en anglais pour les Québécois ou les francophones à travers le Canada. S'il y a des scientifiques, des médecins, des avocats, des juges, peu importe, tous les gens qui peuvent témoigner au niveau mondial, on a des grosses poursuites en cours ou en train de les monter. Et la voix de chacun de vous compte. Les gens dans l'enseignement aussi qui sont muselés, qui ne peuvent pas parler. Alors moi, je vous invite à écrire à France, lepowershift@gmail.com. Alors, vous pouvez m'écrire ou france@thepowershift.ca. Alors, donc, je les répète, France, lepowershift@gmail.com ou france@thepowershift.ca. Vous nous écrivez, tout sera confidentiel et on va vous inclure dans les groupes à l'international. Vous aurez droit de parole. Vous pourrez donc vous manifester pour que tout le monde retrouve sa liberté. Voilà. Merci, Nicole.
Okay, fait qu'on remercie tout le monde là. So France was just telling the French people to contact her, and at the Powershift, France at thepowershift.ca, and you can also contact Rhonda at thepowershift.ca or Nicole at thepowershift.ca. So this is because the Powershift is a project of the CPU. So anyways, it's really important that people get on board with this because otherwise we're losing our country. You know, and as far as I'm concerned, because they want to extend this, and this is how they're going to force people eventually to say, I want the vaccine. You can trace me anywhere you want. I don't care. I'm gonna do this because I want some kind of a life back, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. So please stay strong, stay healthy, stand up with everybody. And we're not alone. We're doing this worldwide. And I'd received an email from Israel, and they're really going after their municipalities, the mayors in their cities, and you know, to answer some of these questions. But the thing is a letter or even protesting, manifesting, whatever you want to call it, usually falls on deaf ears. And the only way to be able to legalize, when you say, no, I'm not putting up with this, you need to legalize it. And that's by signing your Convention of Consent, as well as forcing England in our letter of independence that we sent to them. And they can't deny that they haven't received it because we processed it in our court filing. So, and then we sent it to them, but the court filing was the one key that they cannot deny it. And that's why we processed it that way. So everything we do is kind of strategic in itself. And then eventually you'll find out why. But right now, the only thing that matters is you, your family, your children, your community, your neighbors, that we all get through this, because now in different provinces, things are happening. Onyx in Alberta is now, they're all set up to bring people in not decontamination, but isolation units. So they'll pick you up in an isolation unit if you've tested, or they think you've been in contact with somebody, and they can bring you to an isolation facility. So I do not suggest to anybody to call it an internment camp, because that can bring on legal repercussions. So we want to make sure that people stay safe, people stay healthy, and the best way to do that is by signing your convention of consent. So in Ontario, or even the federal government and the provincial governments have, thank goodness to Mr. Randy Hellier, is that Hillier. Anyways, he's the one that came up with the request for proposal, the RFP, by the governments for companies to build isolation facilities. Now, in the United States, what they did, and I had found this out a couple of years before they actually did it, and that's because scholars worldwide are being used to create information for the people. And what they do is they assign, everything's compartmentalized. So they assign a project of 20 different issues. And then they ask the scholars to find a way to resolve. So one of the questions was, if we wanted to build a jail in a city where the people, or a community where the people are totally refusing to allow us to do so, how could we work around this? The answer was, build standalone Walmarts so that you can change them into facilities afterwards, close them down and place the people there. So now you'll know why so many Walmarts went up. So the ones that are attached to shopping malls, those were for Walmart. The rest, even though there's a little mall around it, can be easily converted to isolation facilities or holding facilities. So I know a lot of people don't want to accept what's happening right now, but it has nothing to do with forced vaccinations. It has to do with a new world government established in 2017 in Dubai. Okay. And when they tell you, we're going to be leaving the UN and we're not giving to the UN anymore, it's because they're giving to the new UN, which the UN is already there in Dubai. Everything's already been switched over, but everything else is smoke and mirrors. So be very careful who you listen to. Do not put your faith in words. Put your faith in action, because it's the actions that will tell the truth in the end. Right, Rhonda?
That's right. It's if you follow through the actions versus the words in all government decisions, probably for the last 200 years in Canada anyway, you'll see that through comparing what they say and then what they do, very rarely do they follow through on anything they say they're going to do for the betterment of the people. It's usually for the betterment of something that gains them a better infrastructure, for example, to get their goods and services across Canada. It gains them a better way of keeping goods and services where they are for market value, not for the value or the benefit of us. Anything that is an infrastructure for the people themselves is all about we're asking too much. They don't have the funding and all of that. Even Medicare, when Medicare was put in, it's a great system. I'm very grateful we have it here in Canada, but it was put in to be a government corporation. It wasn't put in for the betterment of the people. It was put in so that the government had a way of layering medical expenses. It took privatization away, is what it did. And so now they're trying to layer in privatization, but watch how it's being layered in. It's only being layered in the areas where they can't make a profit from it. So it's sort of, it's interesting. It's very interesting where our country has, or where our governments have taken us. And our government was never founded. Our country was never founded for the people. It's been a myth from day one. Our country was founded for two elite family consortiums to own all the resources and all of the assets of Canada. One of the elite family consortiums was in Ontario, and the other elite family consortium was in Quebec. And they got together and they made a handshake deal, or a deal that they would equally govern what was created, or they would equally own what was created. So it's interesting going back through history and reading not what you learn in school, but going back and delving through the diaries of these people and the gazettes from that time and the Hansards. You know, the internet has opened up a whole world for historians and for people that really want to get to the truth of what happened. And it's pretty interesting. So yeah. And that's basically, I don't put any stock anymore in what the government or any politician is going to say what they're going to do, because politicians are owned by their political parties and they only will do what the political parties want them to do if they want to keep their job. So that's my 2 cents on all of this. Yeah.
Okay, so right now what I need to do is I need to go and upload Robert Kennedy Jr.'s video so that it has a better color to it instead of from my computer. So I'm going to leave you two ladies speak, and I shall be right back.
So for those of us in Western Canada, there are rallies happening today in Vancouver and Toronto. Actually, Eastern Canada, I guess, too, with Toronto. These are rallies that have been happening every week for the last, I don't know how many weeks, and they've become quite large. So if you have time, check out the information on them is all over Facebook and all over the Twitter, but just give me a second and I'll bring up the details here. And France is on her way. They are in Quebec. They are doing a vehicle rally today.
Yep.
And there are 4 arms or 4 groups across Quebec that are meeting in one central location. So they're all driving to a central location to meet and rally inside their vehicles. So they're safe and they cannot be ticketed and they don't have to it's just Quebec has some really, there's some stuff happening in Quebec that is really scary right now. And the only safe way to rally is this way. So.
Yeah, and we're all meeting at some point in maybe less than a half hour. All those 4 groups, and then we drive to Quebec City where the parliament is, and then we'll chat a bit all together, I guess. I don't know exactly because it's our first time we do it this way. I would like to read you something very, very interesting, but in French. Sorry for you guys. Je vais vous parler en français. Je viens de traduire ce que Rhonda nous a dit. Elle est en Saskatchewan, elle, en ce moment. Alors, moi, j'ai des commentaires ici qui sont absolument sublimes et merveilleux. Je vais commencer par Henrik Less, qui m'a écrit quelque chose. Après ça, je vais vous parler de ce que je prévois faire la semaine prochaine. Bon, alors je vais citer Henrik Less, qui est un fier supporter, convaincu d'ailleurs. Je vous lis son commentaire qu'il m'a écrit sur YouTube ou Facebook, peu importe. Alors, France, je continue ma propagation de l'info pour les signatures et pour ton tutoriel explicatif. Vous pouvez voir sur mon Facebook et sur mon Twitter également, France Clermont, vous pouvez voir un tutoriel qui explique comment remplir les 2 documents pour les 2 signatures qui vont nous libérer de nos chaînes, justement. Alors, si on est dans de mauvais draps en ce moment, c'est parce qu'on a laissé faire puis on ne s'est pas occupé de nos affaires. Alors, il est plus que temps qu'on s'occupe de notre vie en général, parce qu'on a laissé le pouvoir au gouvernement et voilà ce qui arrive en ce moment. Ils en abusent allègrement. Alors, je vais continuer le message de Henrik Less. Beaucoup de gens me confirment avoir signé les 2 documents. Les résultats sont surprenants. Les gens sont prêts pour de plus en plus de changements qui viendraient d'eux-mêmes. C'est là que ça part, justement. Il faut que chacun prenne conscience qu'il y a des choses qui ne sont pas normales. Je continue. Nous devons nous repolitiser d'abord et cela passe par la responsabilisation de chacun. Je suis là et nous finirons par y être majoritairement. Merci à vous et nous continuons ensemble comme des milliers de petites gouttes qui finiront en océan. Moi, je trouve que c'est absolument magnifique comme message et ça me donne des frissons de voir qu'il y a des gens qui ont compris que c'est tous ensemble qu'on va gagner. Et puis, il faut pas négliger ce qui se passe. Hein? Il y a peut-être des gens qui ne l'ont pas réalisé, mais c'est une guerre biopsychologique. C'est une guerre sans précédent. Alors, il faut vraiment, vraiment, tous ensemble, être les soldats qui vont faire qu'on va faire repousser ce nouvel ordre mondial-là qui sont en train de nous, qui a été instauré déjà depuis 2017. Alors, ça fait longtemps qu'ils travaillent et bien plus longtemps encore. On pourrait même dire, comme Rhonda disait tantôt, que ça fait au moins 200 ans que le Canada a été bâti, non pas pour les gens, mais pour les corporations. Et on s'en rend compte aujourd'hui, c'est eux qui sont favorisés. Et nous, quand on fait signe qu'on veut quelque chose, on est totalement cassé ou ignoré. Alors, il est plus que temps que les choses changent. Et avec le Powershift, c'est exactement les outils dont on a besoin. Et à ce point que les autres pays nous se servent du Powershift pour établir une démocratie dans leur pays. Alors, c'est parce qu'on a des bons outils. Donc, je vous laisse, Rhonda. It's your turn now.
Okay, Nicole, are we ready to go with the video or do we have a few more minutes?
Well, if you noticed, I got booted off. And I just came back on, so I'll go back and finish what I was doing.
Okay, I'll continue on then, and I'll let people know about what's happening. So when people are out rallying today in Western Canada, we encourage you to, or actually all over Canada, we encourage you to take part in what we're doing, and it's called the Powershift, and it's at thepowershift.ca. And it is a signature for your you sign a convention of consent for your rights. And the type of rights that you're signing for are your collective rights. This is something that we do not have the right to in Canada. We have individual rights through a Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but we do not have collective rights. The only time our collective voice comes together is one time only, and that is to vote. That is the only thing we are allowed to do as a collective in Canada, to vote or to vote in referendums. And we've only had in my lifetime so far, only one referendum that has been allowed. They're all closely guarded by the governments. Only the governments can call a referendum. And I'm talking about federal referendums. We do have, some provinces have provincial referendums, but even those aren't called very often. And then municipal referendums aren't called very often either. So the collective voice of the people often isn't at the table with governments or with any layer of government. Municipal's a little easier, but even that can be hard. If they choose not to listen to you, they choose not to listen to you, and there's nothing you can do about it. So what this does is it allows you to have your collective right as the head of state of Canada. So it would be putting the collective citizens and the collective Indigenous people as the head of state together. So if for the first time since Canada has been struck, or since Canada came into existence, our country will operate as a whole, with all citizens being and Indigenous people being a collective as the head of state. It rights a wrong that started right from day one. So the other thing that it does is it allows us to be at the table with our governments. So we then can instruct our governments through policy changes, through what we want to see. It's really called policy democracy. We can begin having discussions with the changes in every area that we want. So it's really the start of putting together or bringing to reality all the changes that people want to see happening. It takes fear away, because we can always operate from a place of knowledge and respect and love and compassion and community, instead of being hammered and controlled by fear, which is what's happening right now. It just really layers in a bunch of wonderful things. So while you're out manifesting, rallying, protesting, whatever you want to call it today, please take 5 minutes and get everybody around you to sign their convention of consent. It's all online. It's easily done. Takes about 5 minutes. And then once that's done, once we have 51% of 7 provinces, we'll be able to do a constitutional challenge within the court system to have us placed as the collective heads of state. And it is something that doesn't involve the government at all. So there's no government involvement. There's no rallying against the government. This is just something we do truly for ourselves and our children. So there's rallies happening in Vancouver today at the Vancouver Art Gallery. There's rallies happening in Toronto at the main, I guess, where they've been happening all the time at Toronto, downtown. And then there are rallies happening in every province almost. There's a rally happening in Selkirk, Manitoba today. There's a rally happening in Regina. I know there's rallies happening in Saskatoon. There's rallies happening in Edmonton and Calgary. So no matter where you are, head down if you want to take some time around. They all tend to start around 2 o'clock. Head down to your local, or your government building, or if your city does not have the parliament in it, your provincial parliament in it, head down to your local park. That tends to be where they're congregating, or inside in front of your city hall. I don't have details on all of them, because not all of them have put up details on social media. So they're doing it in their own communities. So head down and check it out and give your support. And all the rallies today and on all of this is about our freedom. It's really about freedoms. It really isn't about masks versus no masks. It's not about, is there a virus? Isn't there a virus? It really is about your freedom of choice and not losing that. And that is something that our own governments are skirting very close to, is taking away our freedom of choice, our ability to discern for ourselves, our own way of living, our own how we're going to manage our own health, how we're going to manage our own homes, how we're going to manage our own children, how we're going to manage. So all of these things are being taken away from us slowly, little inch by inch. And it wasn't long ago where every province, the nurses and the school system and every province fought hard and won against mandatory masks during influenza season. This happened between 2008 and 2015 across Canada, and they all won. And the reason they won is because in all of the court cases, it was determined that masks do not protect against viruses. So there was no need for mandatory masks during influenza season for all healthcare staff or for all teachers. So, and here we are full circle. Now it's like, I don't know when viruses got smart enough to know, hey, there's a mask, I must stop. But anyway, that's where we're at today. And it's all happening out of fear. I don't know if you're recognizing that they talk about the number of cases, but they don't talk about it in relation to how many are being tested, or how come there's no influenza stats this year. It's hard to find any statistics on influenza this year. Normally, the statistics start at the beginning of September, and I know in my own province, there's nothing. Everything is COVID. Nothing is influenza. So the PC, and we know that from doctors worldwide, there's doctors worldwide alliances everywhere that have come together to say that the PCR test that they're using to determine this is not it's not a diagnostic tool. It only determines if you have a virus or not. So it could be influenza.
Absolutely.
That's where we're at, right? And again, it's being used as fear. How many people now have to go and have a test done every week so you can stay at your job?
You know what, Rhonda, I would like to tell you something I said in French a little earlier. Could you believe that, you guys listening to us? Could you just believe this? There's a city, one out of many, but it's very far up north in Quebec, and they're almost isolated. It's a beautiful community, and it's called La Tuque, okay? And there are 0 cases. Listen carefully, 0 cases in the whole community. And the town is called Red City. They closed everything on the basis of what? There not even one case, and the city became red. That's unbelievable. It's all about fear. They want everybody to be in fear, in control. And this is why we are against that, because we need to get back our liberty. This is why there's a convoy today. And I want to tell you guys, before I go in French, you don't mind, Rhonda, do you?
I don't mind at all. I don't mind at all.
Thank you. So I want to tell you, I'm in the van here now, and the rally, it's only one leg out of 4 arms, maybe, I don't know in English. And we have kilometers of car right now. I cannot see in front of me. They're too far away. And when I look in the back, it's the same. So it's amazing. Imagine a little further, we will be probably 4 times that amount of people. So we're at kilometers of cars running around, driving to Quebec City, to the Parliament. Can I keep on in French, Rhonda?
You sure can. You sure can. Yeah.
Thank you. So, j'étais en train de dire en ce moment qu'on est bientôt au point de rencontre des quatre manifestations qui sont parties, Brossard, Laval, Québec et Sherbrooke également. Il y en a peut-être d'autres d'ailleurs qui se sont ajoutés, qui vont s'ajouter à tout ça. On a déjà des kilomètres et des kilomètres de voitures qui roulent vers Québec, en fait, vers notre premier point de rencontre. Et moi, il y a tellement de gens qu'en avant, je ne peux même pas voir où ça va, jusqu'à où c'est. Et en arrière, quand je regarde, là, c'est impossible pour moi de voir tellement il y a de voitures. Alors, c'est vraiment merveilleux. Mais ce que je veux dire au-delà de tout ça, c'est que les gens prennent conscience de ce qui se passe. On n'a plus un gouvernement qui nous écoute. Là. Ben, de toute façon, ça fait longtemps. Et je voudrais répondre à une personne. Je n'ai pas eu le temps parce que je voulais vraiment y écrire un message très, très, très clair. Et il me demandait, je vais y répondre par courriel éventuellement. Cependant, je veux dire que cette personne-là m'a demandé, mais moi, je veux bien croire au Powershift. Cependant, je voudrais savoir qu'est-ce que j'ai à gagner, qu'est-ce que j'ai à perdre. Ben là, je vais lui répondre par écrit. Cependant, là, je vais répondre à tout le monde en même temps. C'est que ce qu'on a à perdre en se joignant au Powershift, à lepowershift.ca, ben je vous donnerai d'autres détails tantôt. Ce qu'on a à perdre, c'est 0 rien pantoute. Pas compliqué. On a déjà tout perdu. C'est ça, c'est clair. On ne peut pas perdre plus que notre liberté il nous reste juste la liberté de respirer finalement. Puis encore, ils essayent de nous rendre malades avec des masques. C'est prouvé à travers le monde. On a une équipe incroyable de scientifiques et de médecins qui l'ont prouvé 1000 fois plutôt qu'une. Alors, le gouvernement, là, ça suffit. Là. On est au courant qu'on est en guerre. C'est une guerre biopsychologique. Et puis, il y a de plus en plus de gens qui s'en rendent compte. Alors, donc, on n'a rien à perdre. Je vous l'ai dit, rien à perdre pantoute. Cependant, on a tout à gagner. C'est que, étant donné qu'on n'a plus de voix au gouvernement depuis trop longtemps, très longtemps, puis on se demande même si on en a eu, c'était juste une illusion. Alors, ce qu'on a gagné, c'est qu'on a gagné d'être au-dessus du gouvernement. Vous savez, tous les élus corrompus, ils ne sont pas tous, il y en a qui sont pris. Cependant, c'est pas possible qu'ils ne voient pas clair. Alors donc, c'est pas normal que les discours soient uniques. Je veux dire, c'est même pas unique ici au Québec, c'est unique partout mondialement. C'est louche, ma foi, c'est louche quand même. Il faut au moins s'arrêter et se poser une question. Où ça va nous mener tout ça? Alors, ce que je voulais vous souligner, c'est que ce qu'on a gagné, c'est qu'on veut se débarrasser de la corruption. Ben, c'est pas compliqué. C'est que nous, en étant les gens qui disent au gouvernement ce qu'on veut. Et puis ça, c'est important parce qu'il faut qu'on se serre les coudes. Il y aura des référendums, il y aura des. Ce qu'on fait, c'est qu'on veut vous donner une voix. Alors, cette voix-là, vous avez le pouvoir entre vos mains. Vous pouvez, si vous voulez, être dans l'action et manifester votre voix. D'ailleurs, j'ai une adresse courriel qui est France, le powershift@gmail.com. OK, excusez-moi.
CA.
No, it's the French one, Rhonda. Thank you, though. I'll name the two of them, okay? I've got a French one. So, c'est France, le powershift@gmail.com et j'ai également France@thepowershift.ca. You got it now, Rhonda. Alors, vous pouvez nous écrire si vous avez des choses à nous dire, si vous voulez témoigner, si vous êtes des professionnels de la santé. Vous pouvez nous rejoindre. Tout ça va être anonyme. Et puis, on va vous joindre aux équipes à l'international. J'ai peut-être perdu un peu le fil de mon idée. Ah oui, OK. Les avantages qu'on a, c'est que nous, le Powershift, là, on n'est pas un parti politique. Aucunement. On est simplement là pour faire une alliance de tous les citoyens, aussi bien les Canadiens francophones, anglophones et les autochtones, et que tous ensemble, on soit des voix qui disent ce qu'on veut. Alors, ce qui va arriver avec un système de gouvernance de démocratie directe, ce à quoi on vous invite à aller signer les papiers, je vais vous en parler tantôt. Donc, c'est simplement pour que, quel que soit le gouvernement qui est au pouvoir, ils n'auront plus le pouvoir de faire ce qu'ils veulent. Ils vont être obligés de nous consulter et de nous demander qu'est-ce que vous voulez. C'est ça qui est la différence et c'est ça qui est absolument extraordinaire. Donc, je vais vous rappeler sur mon site Facebook et Twitter, vous pouvez trouver à maintes et maintes reprises, je l'ai mis en ligne, un tutoriel pour remplir les documents qui sont en ligne d'ailleurs. C'est-à-dire que vous pouvez, tous les sites Internet sont en ligne. Moi, je suis en route en ce moment, alors je ne suis pas devant mon ordinateur, je ne peux pas vous montrer les documents, mais France Clermont, Facebook ou Twitter, et vous allez tout trouver. Vous avez le pouvoir entre vos mains. Alors, le peuple est plus fort qu'une poignée de gens qui essayent de nous mettre en boîte et nous rendre esclaves. C'est pas joli. Alors, anybody else wants to speak?
I'm all spoken out. I've been up. I've been burning too many candles at both ends in the middle. Oh, and
okay.
here's Nicole back again. So we're good to go?
Yeah. Yes, we're good to go. Well, no. Well, the video's still uploading. It's kind of taken forever. Okay. But anyways, it'll get there sooner or later. Then once it's ready, we'll show it. It's 18 minutes long. And but anyways, I just heard we're going to have Martin Byrne, who is a lawyer from Ireland. Well, barrister. He's a barrister from Ireland. Yeah, there's a difference between the barristers and solicitors and lawyers. Well, lawyers, it's both. And but anyways, he's been fantastic. Well, I mean, the whole group has been wonderful. I mean, even Jean-Luc, you know, everybody's working together. And then we've got Alexandre, who's from France, and she has a PCR machine. And, you know, yeah. So we're going to suck it to them, people.
People, so I just want to reiterate, because we're kind of far into the video and people may not have heard the beginning, but we're part of an international group. There's a lot of us around the world that are working together to bring resolution or solutions. So it's in the courts, with medical, before our governments, to stop all of this. So sort of that's what this is all about today. Is it's our first March to Freedom is the tagline for all of the rallies. And Powershift to Freedom is what we're doing in Canada. And Powershift to Freedom is one of the legs that is going to be a part of the international as well, because it can easily be done in every country. And that's what all the lawyers are looking at. The legal team that Nicole is on, they're all looking at how this is going to fit in all of their countries to hopefully get a country doing this that's smaller than Canada quickly and having success with it quickly. It's based on will of the people, which means you need 51% of the people to sign on. And in Canada, that is with 37 million people, that's a lot of people. So we're looking at, we're not stopping in Canada. We still need to go on full tilt, but we're also looking at doing it in smaller countries where that threshold is a lot lower, like Iceland or Ireland or Isle of Man, you had mentioned too, Nicole?
Yeah.
So that we can begin testing and working on this and small little steps to success to build on, basically. So that's, yeah, this is exciting. It is exciting how people worldwide are coming together to fight, and we're fighting not we're fighting for all of our rights. We're not fighting against specific issues. It's basically for all of our rights and stopping what is being used to harm us. And they're using the medical industry, the medical field right now. They're using that to create fear. And unfortunately, it's working. And medical doctors are now stepping up and saying, no, this is wrong. And so it's just wonderful to see that happening.
Yeah. That's
Let me introduce something. I'm sorry, girls. I want to tell you something, and I'll translate just after. I was told, because I have lots of friends, somebody told me from Quebec is 15 kilometers just from coming to the point, to the rendezvous. And the one, mine from Laval, that left from Laval, is even longer than that. So when I told you a little earlier, I can see in front, I can see in the back, it's because it's much more than 15 kilometers. Maintenant, that's amazing. Alors, je veux vous dire en français, là, maintenant, mes chers amis québécois et francophones au Canada, je vais vous dire que des nouvelles du convoi, on m'a dit, parce que j'ai plein d'amis qui me tiennent au courant de ce qui se passe, les informations rentrent de toutes parts. Alors, le convoi qui est parti de Québec ce matin, on m'a dit qu'il est 10 km de long. Et ça, c'est seulement le convoi qui est parti de Québec. Maintenant, celui de Laval, un peu plus tôt, que je ne pouvais pas voir en avant et je ne pouvais pas voir en arrière, c'est simplement qu'on me dit ici que le convoi de Laval est encore plus long que 15 km. Alors, c'est sûr qu'on va faire une vague, c'est un convoi pour la liberté. Alors, la liberté au niveau mondial, parce que tous les pays, ou à peu près tous, sont étouffés comme ça. Il faut que ça cesse. Il faut que ça cesse. Alors, Nicole, it's yours. Are you ready for the video, Nicole?
Not yet. It's taken forever on Facebook to come up.
Okay.
It's still
okay. Thanks. Well then.
Floating.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Well then, I'll go. Okay. Okay. Go.
Okay. What I want to add to what Rhonda was saying is that, when we joined this group of international people, the focus a lot was on stopping through courts what was happening with the PCR tests, because they do give false or positive results, and they're not accurate. And one of the jokes that I had to laugh, because one of the gentlemen says, well, apparently somebody called the manufacturer and said, I need to order PCR tests. And the question was, which one, how many do you want negative and how many do you want positives?
No.
This is a joke. Okay. But
that's horrible. It's a joke. But it's horrible anyway.
It's a joke. But anyways, I mean, I'm wondering if is it really a joke, because that's what's coming. That's what they're coming out like. But anyways, when we first got there, I mean, I was amazed because we're the only country that has a solution for freedom other than overthrowing our governments and doing it legally. And because the laws are already there. So it was really interesting to have to explain that no, the laws are already there. 80 countries had already decolonized. So when you look at that, it's because all the peoples who are governed through colonialism have the right to self-determination and self-governance, therefore the right to decolonization. So our system is still under colonialism. And then guess what? Our constitution still belongs through strict constitutional law to the United Kingdom. Even though they said, oh, they will no longer make any more laws for Canada after 1982. Well, creating laws doesn't say anything. It doesn't say that they don't own the Constitution. It just says that it's the government of Canada. And they've said this quite a few times since 1931 and still came out and had to approve our Constitution. Why? Because the UK Parliament owns all rights over the Crown. The UK has been trying to repeal our Canada Act 1982 since 1982. And because Canada was supposed to come up with fixing the Constitution, or at least having a referendum to decide, like the people have to decide. The people have never had a referendum to decide our future. So in 1982, they said, oh, well, we're not allowed to do this. This is illegal through their own Hansard. And so Rhonda and I picked up on that and went, holy crap, let's look into this one. And found out that, yeah, they saw it as illegal and that they had no right to decide for the Canadian people our future. So anyways, the repeal would mean that we'd go into a referendum. And this is what, like, there's different avenues of going around this. And this is what we were trying to explain to the other countries. Constitutions, then we work together to make sure that the people are above their governments, because all of them got caught with representative democracy or proportional representation, which is the same thing anyway. And if you've listened to Jagmeet Singh, he said, oh, he doesn't think that an election would be good right now. Hello? So I guess all of the parliamentarians and the senators have no problems with enslaving all of the Canadian citizens and going into a new world order, one world government already established, selling out every Canadian child, every Indigenous child, Indigenous peoples, elders, Canadian citizens. I mean, they're selling us, they sold us out, and none of them who are supposed to be standing for the people are actually protecting us. So we can no longer protect them.
Nicole, est-ce que tu peux nous parler, s'il te plaît, en français, parce que je sais que tu vas l'exprimer bien mieux. Quand tu dis que le gouvernement vend nos enfants, vend nos aînés, nous vend toute la gang, finalement, est-ce que tu peux nous l'expliquer un peu mieux, c'est-à-dire un peu mieux que moi, au français, au francophone, s'il te plaît?
Oui, c'est parce que là, dans notre gouvernance, OK, qu'est-ce qui est arrivé, là, que j'ai dit en anglais, effectivement, c'est qu'on est rendu dans le nouvel ordre mondial. Il ne se cache plus de ça. L'ONU l'a inscrit partout, mais l'ONU a été envahi aussi. Oups.
Oui.
Bon, je viens juste de perdre mon écran. Bon. On est encore là. OK. Fait que là, c'est pas évident.
Ça, c'est établi depuis 2017, hein?
2017, là, sont organisés. Puis là, ils ont fait les premières cérémonies à Dubaï, OK? Fait que si vous allez à Gouvernement mondial, vous allez voir, ils ont un site web, ils ont tout, là, OK? C'est déjà tout fait. Puis, qu'est-ce qui arrive, c'est que là, il faut tout écouter cette gouvernance-là qui est gérée par différentes corporations et gouvernements. Puis là, il faut tout qu'on se rapporte aux États-Unis. OK? Fait que tous les gens qui disent Trump, là, vous êtes mieux s'il vous plaît, n'écoutez pas ce qu'il dit, regardez ce qu'il fait. OK? Parce que des mensonges, là. Ouais. Fait que je ne m'astinerai pas avec les gens qui aiment Trump, mais si vous aimez Trump, moi, je vous dirais, si vous aimez ça tant que ça, ben, on va vous aider à déménager. C'est pas plus long que ça, là, on peut vous aider à déménager. So, en tout cas, je vais continuer avec qu'est-ce que je t'appelle vous dire, c'est que là, on est rentré dans la mondialisation. Ce n'est pas des propagandes, c'est un fait. Tous nos systèmes électroniques, là, au niveau de la gouvernance, c'est déjà tout changé. Et là, c'est les corporations qui gèrent notre gouvernance. Et puis là, c'est bien indiqué qu'on nous sommes des clients maintenant au Canada. On est quasiment trop tard. OK? Quasiment trop tard. Mais là, ils ont tout fait, ils ont tout préparé avant de nous le dire. Puis là, c'est pour ça qu'ils font ces mesures-là. Ce n'est pas pour vous donner un vaccin, ce n'est pas pour vous protéger là, d'un virus. Le virus, il augmente à toutes les années, il change un petit peu toutes les années, fait qu'ils ont juste donné un différent nom, puis là, ils ont dit que c'était pour être vraiment dangereux. C'est pas vrai, mais c'est pour vous tenir dans vos maisons, de vous tenir, d'être en peur et aussi là, effectivement, de ne pas communiquer avec personne, puis de commencer à vous réveiller. Fait que là, c'est pour ça qu'ils rentrent la 5G aussi là-dedans parce qu'ils ont besoin de la technologie pour être capable de gérer tout le monde au niveau de vous suivre sur vos téléphones, à travers votre smart meter. Toutes ces choses-là, là, c'est en jeu. Ça a été planifié. C'est dégueulasse ce qu'ils ont fait. Mais là, ce qui arrive, c'est que là, notre gouvernance, puis là, quand vous voyez Jagmeet Singh dire, le NDP, qu'il a la chance de prendre la gouvernance, hey, ça fait une secousse, là, qu'il aurait pu faire ça. Puis il n'y a pas un des autres qui veulent forcer une élection parce qu'ils sont tous dans le même tour. OK? Puis là, tous les sénateurs sont aussi, c'est eux autres qui sont là pour s'assurer que le gouvernement ne prend pas davantage des citoyens. Alors, chaque sénateur, chaque politicien qui ne se lève pas debout, mais il y a quelqu'un comme c'est là que je vois qui se lève debout, là. Fait que tous eux autres, là, on a pu les protéger parce que les autres ne nous protègent pas. Puis là, aussi, avec tout ça, OK, ils sont responsables de meurtre. Tous les gens qui sont décédés dans les CHSLD, là, les hôpitaux, les gens qui n'ont pas eu de traitement parce qu'ils ont été refusés le traitement à cause du. Il fallait faire certain que les hôpitaux là, soient bien gérés. Tout ça, c'était tout des mensonges. Là, on va avoir, avec les médecins qu'on travaille avec à l'international, il y a bien des histoires qui sortent. Puis il y a des faits, là. Fait que là, les avocats et les médecins et les scientifiques qu'on travaille avec, on fait tout organiser ça mondialement, OK, pour chaque pays, puis voir qu'est-ce qui va marcher dans un, qu'est-ce qui ne marchera pas dans l'autre et tout ça. Alors, comme c'est là, on se bat pour notre vie, pour notre sécurité, pour nos enfants. Et ils ont déjà là, des véhicules qui appellent là, pour l'isolation, des véhicules qui sont déjà là prêts pour aller chercher les gens que peut-être qu'ils vont tester positif, même si vous ne testez pas positif. Ben, vous avez parlé à un tel sur votre téléphone. Là. Fait que là, le virus propage à travers du téléphone, puis on va aller vous chercher.
Oui, c'est aussi bête que ça, oui, effectivement.
Ouais.
Est-ce que tu pourrais nous parler un petit peu aussi, parce qu'on a entendu tantôt en anglais, puis je trouve que c'est important. Tu sais, tu parles de camps d'isolation et non pas de camps d'internement. Alors, il y avait un côté légal à tout ça.
Oui, exact. Fait que là, avec internement, là, ça, le gouvernement pourrait dire non, vous comptez des mensonges, puis c'est même pas vrai, là. Prouvez-les que c'est un camp d'internement, OK? Fait que utilisez pas ce mot-là parce que vous allez vous faire prendre.
OK. Alors, c'est des camps d'isolation qu'il faut qu'on ait comme vocabulaire. C'est important d'avoir les bons mots.
Exact.
Okay. Merci.
Oui, ça peut devenir dangereux, puis vous pouvez vous faire emmener en cours pour fausses informations, là. Okay?
D'accord, OK. Bon, alors, on en fait de l'information aujourd'hui. Tous ceux qui nous écoutent vont en apprendre beaucoup, enfin, je crois.
Oui, c'est ça.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Nicole.
Okay, pas de problème. So, anyways, back to we were just making sure that people understood about our government and the fact that our senators, nobody's protecting us, and that if you're using the word internment camp, do not use that. You can be sued. You know, the government can come after you for that, because the real word, isolation. Okay, not internment, isolation. So please use the right terms when you're speaking about the isolation. And like I said, they have vehicles that will come and pick you up. In Alberta, they're already doing it through Onyx. And then every province is having buildings being either built or already accommodated to do exactly that, and that's to come and take you away. If you don't want to, the bottom line is what the doctors and the lawyers have seen, even from other countries, we will be losing all of our rights if we do not agree to what the government tells us to do. So you will be locked into your home or locked into a facility. And as long as you do not want to get vaccinated, or they will force vaccinate you or whatever. But as they go along, they're going to speed things up. The more people that are taken away, the less chances we have in fighting this. But we're at the last minute. We are very, very much in the last minute of maintaining our freedom. And that's why the Powershift and the Convention of Consent, you don't need to protest or to be put in danger. They can lock us up all they want. As long as we've got the internet, you can go and sign, you know, and have access to that. And we have a special guest. Okay. Hello, Martin. We'll let him get all connected. Hello, Martin from...
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, for you, it's evening. So yeah, with us, it's good afternoon.
Yeah.
Great.
How are you?
Pretty good. So this is Martin Byrne, who is actually barrister, right? From Ireland.
That's right.
So I'm going to let you, I'm going to let you introduce yourself.
To the Canadian people?
Yeah, well, right
Are we
now,
live to the Canadian people?
yes, you were live online right now to everybody in Facebook and YouTube.
Oh, great. Well, hello to Canada, eh? I have a close affinity with Canada. I intended to emigrate there twice. I got there for a short period of time about 30 years ago. And in more recent times, about 10 years ago, I had planned to move to Toronto. So I love Canada. So I'm with you guys.
Well, we might,
I'm delighted to be here.
we might send you a plane ticket one way. we need.
But I'm
need
not too
more
fond
people.
of the quarantine measures right now. I think that's an egregious breach of fundamental rights, and it's about time people stood up and stand up for their rights. They're God-given rights. They're not rights that government gives to us. These are rights that are inherent or intrinsic by the very fact that we're human beings. So it's very important for people to stand up for those rights now. And I'm delighted to be able to be involved with wonderful lawyers all over the world and to assist people who wish to protect and defend those rights. So I'm here to do whatever I can do, and I'm more than happy to do it.
Okay, and before I forget, we would like to invite you to a Zoom meeting tomorrow at 11 a.m. Canada time. So that would be actually 5 p.m. your time.
5
And
p.m. Perfect. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, to introduce you to another physician. So
Great.
she's going to be meeting the team tomorrow at 11
Excellent.
a.m. through Zoom. And I think I think it's important that she gets to hear what you've been doing. So,
Okay. Yeah, delighted to attend.
okay. So what happened? Any marches in Ireland today?
Not in Ireland, but in Poland. There was a rally in Poland, and my colleague Elke de Klerk from the Netherlands attended that, and I understand that there were some. It didn't go so well, and I'm given to understand that the police used possibly tear gas, but I'm not quite sure. It was smoke to disperse the crowd. So I'm not sure if you got in touch with Elke just yet, but I believe she escaped unscathed, as far as I know. I hope to God she did. but I'm not 100% sure. The initial reports that I had were that the police moved in quite forcefully to dispel the crowd, to disperse the crowd. Sorry.
Yeah, I haven't received a reply email from her yet, and hopefully we will, because and then because I want to invite her again, her as well tomorrow
Sure.
at 11,
Yeah.
since she's going to be part of our group, our
Yes.
personal work group for what we do. So,
Okay.
but anyways, I know you don't have very much time, but I so appreciate you showing up today.
Not
Every
at all.
time. Every time you come in, you make us smile, and we don't feel so alone, here in Canada. So
Smiling is infectious. You catch it like the flu. I saw there's an old poem, remember it. I started smiling. I started smiling at someone today. He started smiling too. So yeah, it's very important to smile because when we frown with I don't know, there's a couple of hundred muscles in our face. And when we frown or scold, we tense up all of those muscles. But when you smile, you relax them, and it's very important to relax.
Yes, and when you frown, you
my
get
grandfather used to say, yeah, they're not wrinkles, they're character marks, My grandfather used to say, Nicole, what is it he used to say about worry? Don't worry about anything. Worry is like a rocking chair. It gives you something to do, but it'll get you bloody nowhere. So,
That's true. Only action will, right? And
exactly. Sorry, go ahead.
For the 12 years now, Dennis keeps correcting me, for the 12 years now, that we've been doing this, researching and seeing, we were actually seeing this happening. And the thing is now that we're in it, at first it was like, oh my God, now we're in it. It's one thing to talk about it, it's another thing to be in it. And
so when you say this thing, this movement, these isolation camps and all of these measures and restrictions on liberties, is that what you mean? Yeah.
Except that we didn't see it coming through a virus, the claims of a virus. That really, well, I mean, I knew about H1N1 and I thought that was part of it, but they'd throw us into a war.
Yeah.
A civil war.
And the response, it's the same all over the world. It's the same in Europe. I've been in several countries in Europe, and I'm constantly tuned into what's happening there. And all of the common law countries like Ireland, England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, Canada, India, Australia, New Zealand, they're all really clamping down. And well, India, I'm not so sure about India, but particularly the Anglophobe countries, they're really clamping down there for some reason. And I believe that it's probably because of our very strong constitutions. But what I'm appalled to see is the amount of complacency with people. The rights aren't actually being taken away. People are just giving them up. And I saw Rocco Galati speak recently as well, and he had a very good point, which he made, is that people seem to have, their faculty of reason seems to have been suspended in this mass hysteria. There's an English judge called Lord Sumption. He was a former Supreme Court judge in England. And he's widely regarded as one of the the sharpest legal minds alive today. And back in March of this year, he made some very strong statements in respect of what was happening in this hysteria and a slide into a police state. And he was using words that normally a judge wouldn't use. Judges are very conservative in their approach. Well, over in this part of the world anyway. In Ireland, England, they're very measured and very conservative in their language. So when you hear a former judge, a Supreme Court justice, say this is a mass hysteria, a slide into a police state, you got to sit up and listen, because that's very significant when somebody of that caliber uses language like that. So that got my attention back in March of this year. I'll share the interviews and the newspaper reports with you, Nicole, because it's important for people to see that. He's done several interviews on BBC television and other channels over the course of the summer, and I think the most recent one was perhaps in September. So incredibly powerful words from a very well-respected legal mind in the United Kingdom. Yeah. So he's,
I'd like to, yeah, I'd like to really see
I'll
that.
share that with you, because I've been keeping a track of all of this
Good.
for
And you know,
quite a while.
speaking of Rocco, a few years back, he said one thing that really floored me was that if you want to control 37 million people, jail 5.
Yeah. Jail time.
Yeah.
Kill 5 of them.
Yeah.
Oh, jail 5 of them. Yes, yes, yeah. Of
And
course,
then you'll
you set an
control
example.
37 million.
Yeah,
And that's true. That's very much
Yeah.
true to this day. So how do we get about that? Well, like I said, whenever you come in and when we're in our meetings and we're laughing and joking, and it's such a breath of fresh air, and with the group too. So it gives us a better, more of a reason to fight, and smiling and laughing and say, yeah, well, we're smarter than they are. They can confine us all they want. All you need to do is go online and sign your convention of consent. And then we bring that to a judge once the numbers are reached, and it's a done deal, because that's the voice of the people. That's the politics.
The politics is very clever, and they're using very clever language and applied psychology. There's something going on in the background. Is it a radio or a TV? Yeah. But in any event, they're using very clever psychology to influence and persuade people, and that's very dangerous. Because it's dangerous because it's sly, insidious, and subtle, and it bypasses a person's critical faculties. The reason. And it tends to have an effect on the mind without a person even being aware of it. And before they know it, they're feeling this, they're anxious and they're scared. And when a person is afraid, when that fear is essentially in control of the person. And when we're in a state of fear, we don't think properly. We can't think properly. So it's very important for people to take care of themselves, to relax, take a breath of fresh air, do whatever they can to relax and to look after themselves, and to allow their mind some space to be able to think. Because when people use the reason, they will see that the response to this virus is totally out of proportion to the threat. And I've spoken to several of my colleagues here in the bar in Ireland. And
hang on, Martin.
Sorry?
I thought it was somebody's. There's another video talking behind us on somebody's page.
Oh yeah, where is that?
It's your own.
Is it my own? Oh my God.
Yeah, you must have been watching a video that now just started, or it flipped the page.
Well, let me pause for a minute. I'll see where it is. I'll disappear for a second and I'll come right back.
Okay, great. But that's happened to me. So I ended up shutting everything off.
There.
So anyways, now I don't know where we stand on Facebook.
That's exactly what I was doing. I kind of went, oh, I wonder if it's something I was watching earlier.
Yeah, because then it'll just start, right? So but anyways, it's all good. It's more entertainment. Oh, there we go. We have Robert Kennedy online, ready to go whenever we're ready, and we'll keep that for later. But I'm so glad Martin made it. Yes, he said 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And I went, but he was worried about Elkie, right? And Elkie in Poland, it's really bad because the cops were really coming in with gas, like smoke.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, but anyways, I mean, she just floors me, that one. I mean, she's so cool, and
she's everywhere. Like she travels.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that.
It's okay. We were talking about Elkie behind her back.
Yeah, well, I could hear you, but that was obviously me. I apologize for that. It's a page open in the background, I guess, and I wasn't aware of it. But anyway. Yeah. Great to see you guys, and greetings from Ireland to all my friends in Canada.
Thank you.
Canada A.
Canada A, yes, A. And we will see you tomorrow, 5 p.m. your time, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah.
Come and introduce yourself to this person. And she's going to be very instrumental to our cause, and other doctors as well that will be coming in, and scientists. So, it's for them to be part of something of this magnitude. I mean, we're making history, right? And that switches the, how can I say, like we can get so frustrated with what the government's doing, but in hindsight, like when you look at the possibilities of every country being led by the people, because there's a fine line between slavery and freedom, and it's who decides for the country, the government or the people. If the people rule, hey, through referendums and, you know, popular democracy, they can't get away with what they're trying to do now.
Not at all, and they shouldn't be permitted. And the relevant word or the operative word there is permitted to get away. They should not be permitted to do what they're doing, because the government is there for the people, and the government's role is to protect and vindicate the rights that are guaranteed and protected under each constitution in our respective countries. And they're not doing that. And with suppression and interference by the government in respect of freedom of expression, they're not only abdicating the responsibility, they're directly violating and violating those rights and ignoring their obligations that are set out in each of our constitutions. So this is pretty serious, folks. And permission, the government, we shouldn't permit the government to do what it's doing. And it must be resisted in the strongest possible way, in absolutely peaceful ways. I abhor violence, and violence should never be considered or come into the equation. This must be peaceful resistance. And we've got great leaders in the past, such as Gandhi in India and Martin Luther King in the United States, and a wonderful man, I don't know if you're aware of him in the United States, in Canada, was John Hume, back in the 60s and 70s in Ireland, when we had the troubles, you know, all of the violence and the terrorism and the attacks and all of the breaches of fundamental human rights. There was a wonderful person called John Hume, and a very peaceful man, and he did tremendous work peacefully. So when the state is clamping down on people, on the rights, ignoring and disrespecting those rights, people need to stand up and protect those rights. And as Albert Einstein once said, those of us who have the privilege of knowledge have the duty to act. So I would call on all of my colleagues around the world, all of lawyers and professionals of all disciplines, if you've got an awareness that there's something not right with what's going on right now, I think you have an obligation to speak out. And I know it's very difficult, it's very, very hard. And it takes some courage to break through that veil of fear. But it's so important, because what we're faced with, I've never seen anything like this in my life. And I'm sure if you consider and contemplate what's going on right now, whoever, if I'm speaking to the people listening individually, if you contemplate what's going on and consider, does this make any sense? What am I giving up here? What's at risk? Is the threat really that serious? Well, you know, I understand, and I'm open to correction with figures, but I understand this is a disease that 99% of people, or between 94 to 99% of people, recover from. There's a survival rate. Now, again, I'm open to correction, but you know, the scientists can speak to that. I'm a lawyer, but I'm just speaking to what I've, you know, what I can with the law, and I can talk about what I've heard and read, and I'm involved with the World Doctors Alliance and Doctors for Truth, Doctors for Enlightenment in Germany, and Médicos por la Verdad in Spain. So I'm connected with a lot of those people, and I listen on the conferences, and what those people are saying, those medical experts are saying, that the threat does not justify the response. And if it can even be called a response, it's more like a reaction, you know, something that you do without thinking. And it's in my opinion, a cure. And I use that word very, very loosely, cure that's worse than the disease. That's my opinion.
Absolutely. Now, France.
Bonjour, France.
Hello, Martin.
Bonjour, comment ça va? En Québec.
Très bien, merci. Au Québec, on est sur la route.
That's good. Once I get past one or two sentences in French, I get stuck. So please forgive me.
But
Great.
France is part of a convoy that left from Montreal and different various places. And they're all meeting in Quebec City at the Quebec Parliament there.
Excellent.
But France, we can barely hear you.
Okay, France, you can barely hear me because,
No, France, we can barely hear her.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's very low.
France, lève ton micro. On peut pas t'entendre.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but she's in that convoy, and it was over 15 kilometers long, and they're still meeting up with 2 more arteries.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm here now.
There we go.
Because
that's fantastic. You hear you loud and clear.
yeah, see,
so tell us what you're doing so I can tell my colleagues in Ireland what's happening.
Well, we have a convoy, and I was told a little earlier that the convoy that left from Quebec City to meet, because there's one point, there are 4 arms meeting and maybe more, okay? But the 4 main one, the one left from Quebec, it is 15 kilometers long, okay?
Wow.
And mine, I left from Laval, and this one is even longer, the one I'm in. So it's a big thing, yeah. Cars are...
That certainly is.
Yeah, cars have flags and all kinds of stuff. So we are recognized all together, and we are à la queue leu leu, one after the other. And it's quite amazing. We'll meet soon. And we're going to the Parliament of Quebec, so it means something.
It certainly it's sending out a very powerful message, as far as I can see, and it's really impressive. And so you've got what I understand is that you've got 4 legs coming in, four different from different directions, 4 convoys, and one of those convoys is at least 15 kilometers long, so that's like 10 miles long. And another one is perhaps longer, maybe 20 kilometers, did you say?
Yeah, it could be, because it's even longer than the first one you said from Quebec. So we're moving, and but as we all know, those things, it doesn't, the government won't consider. Okay, we've been doing some things like that since months and months. So, but the important message is what you just said earlier, and what Nicole says. We invite everybody to, the freedom is one thing very important, the most important thing in life. But freedom comes with responsibilities. This is why.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Exactly. So people have to think, okay, I want my freedom back, but I have to be involved in any way, but be involved.
People have to, absolutely, France, absolutely. People have to be involved, and people are contacting me from various places, and they're saying, well, what can I do, Martin? I'm just a little person, I'm not qualified in anything, or what can I do? I'm a mother, or I'm just a father. I work in a shop, or I work in a factory. I'm not working now, of course, because they've closed those things down because we're considered non-essential business, which is ridiculous. Like, can you tell me what business is not essential when a person is working to pay their mortgage, to pay their loans, to feed their family? It's ludicrous. But what I say to those people, is this: is just a little story, a teaching story that I heard almost 30 years ago. If you think what can I do? Well, I'll tell you a story, and the story will give the message. There was a little boy on the beach one day. Many of the listeners or viewers will probably have heard this story before. It's a very famous old story. The little boy was on the beach, and he was walking along. There were thousands and thousands of starfish had become stranded along the beach. And he was going along one by one. He was picking a starfish up, and he'd throw it out into the water. And there was an old guy came along, and he looked at the little fellow, and he said, "Hey, what are you doing?" And the wee boy, or as we'd say, the little boy, said, "Well, I'm saving the starfish. Can't you see?" And the old man said, "Well, yeah, sure, I can see, but sure, there's thousands of them. What difference will it make?" And the little boy reached down, he picked up a starfish and he says, well, it'll make a difference to this one, and toss it out into the water. So
wow.
each of us can make a difference in whatever small way we can, no matter how big, no matter how small. I think it was Douglas Mallock had a poem. If you can't be a pine at the top of the hill, be a bush at the bottom of the rill, but be the best little bush at the bottom of the rill. If you can't be a tree, be a bush, and so on. So it's very important for each person, no matter, you know, you don't have to do something huge, but even just speaking to your friends, trying to wake them up from this blooming trance and to think, use their mind, their God-given mind. We've got a wonderful brain, a wonderful mind. We need to use that, and we need to do whatever we can in whatever way we can, big or small. That's how I see it.
Your stories are so cute. I want to translate them in French.
Well,
do you mind?
Of course. Send me an email and I'll send you the stories.
OK. Well, I'll tell them right away. Martin, qui est un avocat en Irlande, qui est dans notre équipe à l'international, nous contait 2 histoires qui sont absolument splendides parce que ça montre, parce qu'il y a des gens autour de lui, comme autour de nous d'ailleurs, qui nous demandent comment ils peuvent faire pour nous aider. Parce que là, les gens, ils voient bien que c'est un total non-sens. Alors, il n'y a personne qui aime perdre sa liberté, évidemment, puisque c'est une question de vie ou de mort, presque, jusqu'à un certain point. Alors, Martin nous contait une histoire d'un petit garçon qui est au bord de l'océan, puis qui avait beaucoup, des centaines d'étoiles de mer qui échouaient sur la plage. Puis, à un moment donné, il se penchait, il prenait, puis il les relançait dans la mer. Alors, une à une, il refaisait ça. Puis, il y a un vieux monsieur qui arrive, il dit, mais voyons, mon fils petit, pourquoi tu fais ça? Là? Tu vois bien qu'il y en a des milliers partout. Il dit, le petit garçon, il dit, tu sais, le vieillard, il dit, qu'est-ce que tu penses que ça va faire? Là? Il y en a des milliers. Fait que le petit garçon, il se penche, il prend une étoile de mer, puis il dit, celle-là, ça va faire quelque chose, un changement dans sa vie, puis il la relance dans la mer. Alors, voyez-vous, chaque geste compte, aussi petit soit-il. Et puis, il nous a conté une autre histoire également de personnes, tu sais, qui ne sont pas habilitées à monter la montagne au complet. Pas tout le monde qui a la force, mais même si on ne se rend pas en haut de la montagne, chaque pas qu'on aura fait, soyez un buisson et ça va faire que les autres peuvent s'accrocher. Alors, petit à petit, pas à pas, on va tous ensemble gravir la montagne et se rendre au sommet. Thank you, Martin. I'm done with your stories.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
C'est un plaisir.
Vive Québec.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I can't wait to see you and your family come over.
I will. I'll be there. I visited Montreal once. I drove up from Cape Cod many years ago, and I loved it. I love Canada. And I will. I most certainly will. And it would be an honor to visit with you all. And I will. And we will. And you guys will come to Ireland also. And we'll have freedom of travel like we should have, and freedom to visit each other's country and take the risks that we want to take with our own lives. And of course, people say, oh, you're putting other people in danger. Well, of course, we want to protect other people. Vulnerable people have to be protected. That's a given. It's common sense, of course. But you can't, throw the baby out with the bathwater and destroy the economy, in the way that they're doing. And people would be forgiven for thinking or imagining that perhaps this is deliberate.
Yeah. I mean, we couldn't have planned it better than what they did.
Exactly.
Well, they did 3 years of planning. Hey, 2000 event 201 happened 3 times. Like it was,
Oh,
since
I didn't know that.
For sure. Yeah, for us, 1960 for sure. The big change happened in 1960 here with Pierre Elliott Trudeau and them, Jean Chrétien, all of these people. So, it's a when you look at the history, then you see that it even started way before then. But here in Canada, we were the ones that allowed for the public-private partnerships initiated by the World Bank, controlled by the President of the United States. I'll make that, okay? Do
No
not
connection.
listen to words, watch actions. So the
Mhm.
United States, are also control open government and everything. So everything reverts back to the World Bank and the United States, and the people at the top there who control that, but are telling you that they're on your side.
Yeah.
Okay,
Don't believe
so
the
that's
words.
the
The
reality
words.
of things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Words are just 7% of communication. I learned that a long time ago. There's so much more, and actions. We all know the old saying, actions speak louder than words. Yeah. But
Yeah.
it's great to see you guys doing something positive and constructive to stand up for freedom and stand up for your rights. And I wish you every success and the very best. If I could send over some of the Irish look, well, I will. Yeah. So here you go. Lots of Irish.
Well, we might come and dig it up over there. How's that?
Of course. You're
What's
more than
scary?
welcome to.
What's scary is none of this has been hidden from us. We've
Yeah.
just not seen it. So,
It's
if, for example, in 2016, in November 2016, there was an article in the Forbes magazine and online on Forbes.
Yeah.
It was the contributor of this was the World Economic Forum, and they were a contributor for the leadership strategy. And the title of the article is "Welcome to 2030. I own nothing. I have no privacy, and life has never been better."
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
it's welcome to the year 2020. Welcome to my city, or should I say our city. I don't own anything. I don't own a car. I don't own a house. I don't own any appliances or any clothes. It might seem odd to you, but it makes perfect sense to us in this city. Everything you considered a product has now become a service. We have access to transportation, accommodation, food, and all the things we need in our daily lives. One by one, all these things became free, so it ended up not making much sense for us to own much. First, communication became digitized and free to everyone. Then, when clean energy became free, things started to move quickly. Transportation dropped dramatically in price. It made no sense for us to own cars anymore because we could call a driverless vehicle or a flying car for longer journeys within minutes. We started transporting ourselves in a much more organized and coordinated way when public transport became easier, quicker, and more convenient than the car. Now I can hardly believe we accepted congestion and traffic jams, not to mention the air pollution from combustion engines. What were we thinking? Sometimes I use my bike when I go to see some friends. I enjoy the exercise and the ride. Funny how things never seem to lose their excitement. Walking, biking, cooking, drawing, and growing plants. It makes perfect sense and reminds us of how our culture emerged out of a close relationship with nature. In our city, we don't pay rent because someone else is using our free space when we do not need it. My living room is used for business meetings when I'm not there. Once in a while, I'll choose to cook for myself. It is easy. The necessary kitchen equipment is delivered at my door within minutes. Since transport became free, we stopped having all those things stuffed into our home. Why keep a pasta maker and crepe cooker crammed into our cupboards? We can just order them when we need them. And it goes so on and so on and so on about this breaking around circular economy. It became a circular economy, all this sort of stuff. Shopping, no one shops anymore. Let me see. It goes on. It's been turned into choosing the right things to use. Sometimes I find this fun, and sometimes I just want the algorithm to do it for me. It knows my taste better than I do by now. When AI and robots took over much of our work, we suddenly had time to eat well, sleep, and spend time with other people. The concept of rush hour makes no sense anymore since the work we do can be done at any time. I don't really know if I would call it work anymore. It's more like thinking time, creation time, and development time. So it goes, my biggest concern is all the people who do not live in our city, those we lost on the way, those who decided it became too much, all this technology. those who felt obsolete and useless when the robots and AI took over big parts of our jobs, those who got upset with the political system and turned against it. They live different kinds of lives outside of the city. Some have formed little self-supplying communities. Others have stayed on empty and abandoned houses in small 19th century villages. Once in a while, I get annoyed about the fact I have no real privacy, nowhere I can go and not be registered. I know that somewhere everything I do, think, and dream of is recorded. I hope that nobody will use it against me.
Okay, there's a subtle little suggestion there at the end. My God, well, that sounds like a utopia, doesn't it?
It is, and what's scary is this was a submission, and Forbes chose to do this. They chose to print this, and it's straight from the World Economic Forum.
Yeah, but
I was just going to say, who wrote it? Was it Klaus Schwab?
Yes, actually, World Economic Forum, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And they have to tell you what they're going to do to you ahead of time. So if you do nothing, they have no karma.
So from a perspective of someone who's struggling and can't pay rent and is homeless and all of that, this would seem like a utopia to them. But at what cost, right? Is it not better? Is it not better to fix what's wrong in our countries ourselves and put the care? Our countries have become, because they've been governed by people with no souls, the corporate souls, for so long. It's taken the humanity out of our countries, and that's what we need to put back in, and that's what the Powershift and what we're doing, all of us in this alliance are doing to help put back in is compassion, love, caring, looking after your fellow neighbor, your fellow man, making sure that everybody has what they need. We all used to do this. This was the 60s and 70s that I grew up in. Like this, that's what you did. You looked after the person in town who didn't have enough money for food. Everybody just anonymously dropped off food. It was no big deal.
Spirit, neighborliness, and so on.
Exactly.
And we don't even know the neighbors,
That has gotten lost because as they tax us more, you have to work more, you have less time, you're not involved in your neighborhood, you have less, you really, the 2 hours a day that you have to yourself, you're not going and volunteering, you're not getting out into community, you're choosing to sit and do something with your family. That's
even that taken away these days because most people just stare into their phone or their iPad or whatever. I've seen it. I lived in Spain for quite a while, and when I went back to university, and my wife and I used to go to a beautiful place on a rock in the old town where we lived, and it was just overlooking the Mediterranean. It was such a beautiful, beautiful place, and beautiful scene. And we would quietly laugh to ourselves, maybe with a sense of sadness, tourists would come along, and instead of admiring the beauty, they would have their device out and they'd be staring into their device, and they're missing. They're not present, and they're missing all of this. It's a shame that we're all guilty of it. I'm guilty of it. I do it from time to time, but then at least I can wake myself up from that trance and look around me, but we all do, and it's addictive. Some people get much more addicted to it than others, and but that's the way things have gone in recent years. Exactly. But I'd love to spend more time with you. By the way, your accent was beautiful, and how you told that story, and it was such a utopia. I was almost like, go bring it on. Let me go there now. I want to experience that. And then I thought, well, wait a second. Where have I heard that utopia language before? Was that in communist Russia maybe, or somewhere
2016. So, and we know that it's probably been out long before that. A friend sent this article and I went, 2016. Wow.
Yeah. Well, if you remember COP21, and they all went to France, I always said COP21 is to cop us to death. Okay. And their motto was a bike for everyone.
Yes.
And what they're actually doing is they're creating city jails for us to be stuck in. And we're in that now. And I never thought I'd see the day where they would have used, like I said, I thought, okay, Civil War, the languages were starting to change so that we'd get a lot of racism and people would be attacking each other. So we could see all of this direction happening. And this was coming like language from our own governments, you know, and we were being set up, and you could see it. If you looked, you could see it. COP21, #1, a bike for everyone. And then the carless cities. You will only be able to go within a little community. Your doctor's going to be there. Everything's going to be there. You know, you won't need any vehicles to get there. There will be no more buses because we got to clean the air. So, but it's all based on good things to enslave us. And that's the bottom line. It's not about the goodness of their hearts.
Well,
So,
as the Yanks say, wake up and smell the coffee. I think it's time to wake up and smell that coffee, because that coffee has been boiling for quite a while. It's been brewing for quite a while. And unless you take it off the stove, it's going to overflow and cause a mess. So I think we need to get up off the couch, get up of wherever we are, and do something. Just like the little guy with the starfish, just like the bush at the bottom of the rill, we got to do our own bit, our own piece, and to the best of our ability. Otherwise, you know, I think freedom is worth fighting for, and fighting, raise hell, but do it as peacefully and lawfully as possible. But remember, you're stronger than you think you are.
Yeah,
guys, it's been a pleasure. I'm going to have to go. It's been a pleasure, and I look forward to meeting with you tomorrow for our next meeting. And France, I just want to say hi to everybody. Bonjour, mes amis en Quebec, and I will say au revoir. I will see you very soon, and I hope you get that message across. And even if the government doesn't listen, you're doing other people will listen. More people will wake up. And we as lawyers, we need to get as many cases going as possible for people, to help people, to get people into court to vindicate their rights, those rights that they're given by the creator, not by the government. People have been swindled into believing that we get our rights from the government. No, the government gets its power from the people. It's time for the people to stand up and to realize that, and to protect and demand respect and vindicate their rights. So we lawyers, I plead again to any lawyers that are listening to do your best to come out and speak out. You know, if you've got a conscience and you've got a brain and you've got a faculty for reason, which you should have, use it. Use it. God bless you guys. And
bless
the best of luck. And take care. We'll see you soon. All right.
Bless you. Thank
and
you.
Kate Mila Fulcher from Ireland. Yeah, 100,000 welcomes.
Okay,
now, guys.
Martin, before you leave, I still haven't heard from Elke. Could you, if you hear something, could you please email me?
I'll let you know. I'll send you an email. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's getting late over there, and if we haven't heard from her, that's not good.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you.
Will do. Okay, take care.
Big hugs
Bye
to
for
your
now.
wife too and your dog.
Thank you. Au revoir. Merci beaucoup. Au revoir.
Bye, merci Martin, merci.
Merci. Enchanté.
Je veux juste reprendre ce que Martin nous disait avant de partir, parce que c'est un avocat qui est en Irlande. Il faisait l'invitation à tous les avocats qui ont encore un petit peu de cœur, ou qui ont, en tout cas, qui soupçonnent quoi que ce soit, de se joindre à lui, à l'international, de se joindre à nous, puisque nous sommes dans le comité légal, la coordination et l'organisation de tout ça. Alors, n'hésitez pas. Martin est là pour vous. Il y a Michael Swinwood ici en Ontario avec notre groupe également. Alors, n'hésitez pas à vous manifester. Il va vraiment chercher la corde sensible. Écoutez, c'est même plus une blague, là. On n'a pas le temps, on n'a pas de temps à perdre. Vous le voyez, c'est pas les gouvernements qui doivent nous dire quels droits on a, mais c'est plutôt à nous de leur dire ce qu'ils ont le droit de faire. Merci, Nicole, à toi.
OK. Fait que là, êtes-vous prêts pour le message de... Là, à France, par exemple, où est-ce que vous êtes rendu, là? Avez-vous 7 minutes?
On est rendu, j'ai pas regardé la route, un instant, on est rendu où? On est rendu à Trois-Rivières en ce moment. On s'en va au point de rencontre, hein, Rock? On n'est pas arrivé encore. Donc, 20 minutes, environ 20 minutes qu'on va rejoindre tout le monde.
OK, fait que je vais mettre la vidéo, c'est 18 minutes. Parfait, on revient.
Impeccable, merci.
How happy I am to be able to have this opportunity to talk to thousands of citizens in 15 countries on all the continents in the world who have come together today to protest this coup d'etat by big data, by big telecom, by big tech, by the big oil and chemical companies, by this global public health cartel led by Bill Gates and the WHO that now amounts to $2 trillion and wants to magnify and amplify its wealth and its power over our lives, over our liberties, that wants to subvert our democracies, that want to destroy our sovereignty and our control over our lives and our children's health. And I want to remind you, those of you who are not Americans, of something that every American child learns when we're growing up in this country about our history. During the Great Depression, Franklin Roosevelt, who was one of the greatest presidents in American history, said to the American people, the only thing that we have to fear is fear itself. And we grow up hearing that, but people don't really understand what it means. But it was a very, very profound warning by Roosevelt, because he saw what the Great Depression was doing in Eastern Europe, in Italy, in Germany, and Spain, where that crisis was turning people towards fascism. In the Eastern countries, where the same crisis was turning citizens and governments towards communism, and also causing the collapse of governments all over the world. And in our country, in the United States, it's hard for people to remember today that almost a third of the people in our country were completely disillusioned with capitalism and wanted to turn to communism, and another third wanted to turn to fascism. And Franklin Roosevelt wanted to preserve our country for democracy, for free market capitalism, for civil rights, and to preserve our Constitution. And he recognized that the weapon of authoritarian control was going to be fear. And when I spoke a few weeks ago in Berlin, I reminded the people of Germany of a very famous story that happened during the Nuremberg trials after World War II, when Hitler's closest lieutenant and the head of the Luftwaffe, Hermann Goering, was asked by one of the prosecutors, how did you get the German people? The German people are the most educated people in the world. They were some of the most tolerant people in the world. The Weimar Republic was one of the strongest democracies in the world. How did you take these people who were so well educated and so awakened and so tolerant and turn them into obedient slaves who committed some of the worst atrocities in human history? And Goering said, oh, that's a simple thing. And any of you can look up his quote, and I urge you to do so. And he said, and it works not just in a fascist government, but it works in a democracy, in a monarchy, in a communist government, in any government that you want. The job of the government is to put the people in fear. And if you can keep them in fear, you can get them to do anything that you want them to do, that they will turn into sheep. And there's a famous book by Naomi Klein that all of us should read called Disaster Capitalism. And that book shows, it's a historical chronology of all of the times during American history and the history of the world, during the Great Depression, and during the financial collapse in 2008, and during the financial collapse in Chile, for example, in 1973, during the time of the World Trade Center bombing, at all of the authoritarian elements in a society and large corporations and wealthy plutocrats and oligarchs, wealthy families and individuals use crises to shift wealth upward, to obliterate the middle classes of those countries, and to clamp down totalitarian controls. And of course, it's an obvious thing that people who are used to voting for their governments are not going to vote for policies that make the rich people richer, that give corporations even more power over their lives, that reduce democracy and reduce civil rights. These are not good vessels for populism. So in order to pass in order to transform the government so that it will reward the rich with even more wealth, the people who want to do that in the large corporations, who want to orchestrate that kind of change, have to get rid of the civil rights. And the first civil right that they begin with is freedom of speech. They need to clamp down censorship, because censorship is the most important right. In our country, we put it number one, the First Amendment of the Constitution, because all the other rights depend on it. If a government can hide what it's doing, it can get away with anything it wants. If a corporation can lie to you and conceal information, if there's no transparency in a democracy, you do not have a democracy. So if you want to get rid of all the other rights, like freedom of assembly, which you are exercising today, some of you are exercising at great threats. Some of you will suffer. Some of you will be jailed. Some of you will suffer injuries. But that is a basic right. The right to freedom of expression, the right to jury trials, the right to freedom of religion, the right to privacy, the right to have governments that don't spy on you and keep your information. All of those other rights can only be subverted if they begin by imposing censorship, by being able to silence people who want to speak. So the coup d'etat that we are all fighting today is a coup d'etat that starts with a conspiracy between the government agencies and the big technology companies, the Silicon Valley billionaires, people like Zuckerberg and Bill Gates, and the people who run Google and Facebook and Pinterest and all of these other Silicon Valley corporations who are now in this conspiracy to make sure that we cannot talk about our grievances. We cannot say bad things about pharmaceutical products. We cannot question government policies that make no sense to us. And I'm going to say a few things about some of those government policies. Number one, I am not a conspiracy theorist. I follow the facts. I don't know that the COVID vaccine, that the COVID illness was laboratory generated in Wuhan. There is plenty of evidence that it was, but not enough evidence for me to say that it's a fact. My question is, why don't we know the answer to that? Why is Tony Fauci not being asked that question? Why is the President Trump not launching an investigation? Or President Xi or the presidents of any of these countries saying, where did this come from? Because we need to know that. The global citizens, this is the worst calamity in history. And nobody seems curious about where this actually comes from. We know it didn't come from a bat in the wet market in Wuhan. And that story was a fable that it now has no basis, in fact. And we have Nobel laureates, and we have large institutions and investigative agencies and prosecutorial agencies are saying, we think it came from the Wuhan lab, and we think that it may have come from studies that were funded by Bill Gates and Tony Fauci. I don't know if this is true, but why are our government officials not asking that as the number one question? Why, instead of sending their police to suppress dissent, are they not sending the police to question people who may know the answer to that question? There are many other questions that I'd like to know the answer. I draw questions about masks. I'm very willing to accept if the masks work, and I want to wear them. If they're going to protect other people from transmissibility, then I want to wear them. But the studies that I've seen indicate that they do not work against viral transmission for the most part. There's some that say they may work under limited circumstances. What I don't want to be told is they work and you're going to wear them and you better not ask questions about it. You know, most of the people, most Americans, and most of the people on this planet, we want leadership. We don't want bullying. And we know the difference between bullying and leadership. We want to know the truth about hydroxychloroquine. We want to know why are we spending $18 billion on vaccines and only $1.4 billion on therapeutic drugs. What is the sense of that? There are many, many other questions that we in a democracy have a right to have answered without being called conspiracy theorists, without being vilified as being inconsiderate or being bad citizens. Everybody who's part of these demonstrations are people who are striving with their lives to become good citizens. Now, let me tell you what we need to do to win this battle. The only way we can win it is with democracy. We need to fight to get our democracy back, to reclaim our democracy from these villains who are stealing it from us. And you notice the people who are getting richest from this quarantine are the same people who are censoring criticism of the quarantine. Who is becoming the richest? Jeffrey Bezos. $83 billion he's made. And he owns Amazon, and he is censoring books that criticize the quarantine. Jeff Zuckerberg, who owns Facebook, who's made tens of billions of dollars by this quarantine. And he is censoring information that is critical of the quarantine. He censors my Instagram. He censors my Facebook page. My Twitter page is also censored. And all of these people are the people who are making billions of dollars on the quarantine. And what I want to know is a simple question. Is the quarantine actually effective? You know, we've had plenty of pandemics in the past. In 1969, we had a Hong Kong flu pandemic that killed 100,000 people in the United States. It's the equivalent of 200,000 people today. That's the same number of people who are being killed by coronavirus. Did we go into lockdown? No. Did we wear masks? No. We went to Woodstock. We went to the Democratic Convention in Chicago and had huge crowds of people. Nobody was told to lock down and don't see your girlfriend and wear a mask and don't go out of your house and shut down your business and bankrupt every business in the country. Last year, there were 1.6 million people in the world who died from tuberculosis, which is a upper respiratory viral infection, the same as coronavirus, but deadlier. We have 1.6 million people die every year from tuberculosis. We're not wearing masks. Masks could be effective against it, the same as coronavirus. We're not on lockdown. What's the difference between tuberculosis and coronavirus? Tuberculosis has a vaccine, and the vaccine cost about $3. And that's why we're not on lockdown, because nobody is making $39 a vaccine or $300 a vaccine the way that Moderna and AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson are making from this catastrophe. And that is the only reason that I can think of. And I'm happy if somebody tells me there's another reason. Let's hear it. Don't just shut me up. Don't just tell me that I can't debate. Here's what we need to do. We need to do exactly what you're doing today. We need to come out on the street and we need to stick together. What the big tech villains and scoundrels and Mark Zuckerberg and Jeffrey Bezos and Bill Gates and Tony Fauci want you to do is they want us fighting with each other. They want blacks fighting against whites. They want Indians fighting against Caucasians. They want French fighting against Germans. They want Republicans fighting against Democrats. They want everybody polarized. They want everybody fragmented. Because they know that if we all get together, we're going to start asking questions. And those are questions that they can't answer. Why are you getting rich and why are we all getting poor? And what's the difference between tuberculosis and coronavirus? And why are we not wearing masks for the tuberculosis, but we are for the coronavirus? And where did it all come from? And all of those questions that we deserve an answer to, and we're not getting answered, we need to stick together. If you're a Republican or Democrat, stop talking about that. Stop identifying yourself. The enemy is big tech, big data.
Hi, everybody. It looks like Nicole's feed dropped again. They're having thunderstorms where she is. And Frost is on the road. So hopefully she's hearing me and she can come on and give us an update for what's happening in Quebec.
Yep. Okay. We thank you, Rhonda. We're on the road. This one is named the 50. Hein? C'est ça, 50? La 50 ici? Okay. We're on the 55 autoroute, and we're meeting with other groups now, and it's wow, terrible. It's so far away, front and back, and it will be even worse or better in minutes when we all meet. Thank you, Rhonda, for letting me say this. I'll translate in French if you don't mind. Je suis en train de dire qu'on est en ce moment sur la 55, l'autoroute 55. Le convoi, on est 3 branches. Il y en a également, plus que ça, il y a des listes qui viennent passer. Vraiment, la Sûreté du Québec est avec nous là, à coordonner nos efforts. Plus tantôt, l'hélicoptère passé qui prend des nouvelles là, de nous sur la route. Je n'ai pas de contact avec eux, mais je suis en contact avec Canadian Powershift, le Powershift au Canada et le Powershift du Québec. Donc, le convoi, tout se déroule très, très, très bien. On va environ à 70-75 km/h depuis notre départ. Moi, je voudrais reprendre un peu ce que M. Kennedy disait tantôt dans la vidéo. M. Kennedy nous invite, nous a clairement dit, vous avez entendu sûrement des noms, même si vous êtes francophone, vous avez entendu du Fauci, du Zuckerberg, tous ceux qui contrôlent les médias. Monsieur Kennedy nous rappelait que comment les guerres sont nées, c'est en faisant taire les populations. Et on voit très bien que mondialement, les professionnels, aucun professionnel n'a le droit de parler. Alors, il demandait justement comment ils ont pu faire pour réunir tant de gens, des scientifiques, des gens érudits, des gens instruits et tout. Alors, M. Kennedy nous rappelait que tous ces grands mouvements-là de dictature se sont installés en faisant taire les gens. Et comment on fait taire les gens? C'est en instaurant aussi la peur. Alors, on voit bien ce qui se passe partout à travers le monde. Et même au Québec, là, vous le réalisez, là, les gens ont tellement peur. C'est pour ça que Steve Lartier-Charland nous disait de ferme le câble, coupe le câble. Parce que c'est des insanités, c'est à ce point-là dramatique. Donc, M. Kennedy nous disait tantôt que lui-même, son compte Twitter, Facebook, tout a été fermé. Alors, pourquoi ils font taire ces gens-là? Ben, c'est parce que, justement, la vérité, c'est l'ennemi de tous les gouvernements. Alors, tous ceux qui contrôlent la poignée d'hommes, la poignée de gens qui sont en haut et qui essayent d'avoir notre peau, il faut se débarrasser de tout ça. Et M. Kennedy disait que c'est uniquement en instaurant la démocratie dans tous les pays. C'est la seule façon qu'on va arriver à s'en sortir parce que la démocratie, ça permet à la population de dire ce qu'ils veulent et ça enlève les droits au gouvernement qui abusent de leurs droits. Ils ne sont pas là pour notre bien, il l'a rappelé. Ils ne sont aucunement là pour notre bien. Ils sont là pour leur bien à eux. Alors, il y a une responsabilité qui vient évidemment avec tout ça. C'est que la liberté, c'est gratuit, mais il faut faire des efforts. Alors, M. Kennedy nous disait que c'est tous ensemble qu'on va atteindre la démocratie et comment on va le faire, c'est en se serrant les uns contre les autres, tous unis, on est beaucoup plus forts, puis on va arriver à avoir notre démocratie, pas à nouveau, parce qu'en fait, on ne l'a jamais eu, on a juste été manipulé pour en arriver là aujourd'hui. Vous savez que le nouvel ordre mondial a été instauré ben, peut-être vous ne le savez pas, là, mais vous allez le savoir, c'est qu'il a été instauré en 2017 à Dubaï lors de méga rencontres. Et depuis ce temps-là, ils ont mis les actions en vitesse grand V. Alors, ça ne nous donne pas beaucoup de chance. On est vraiment, vraiment, vraiment pris dans un... Vous savez, je comparerais ça un peu à un volcan qui est en éruption et puis qu'il y a la lave qui coule. Bon, ben là, on est dans le sauve qui peut, OK? Alors, il n'y a pas une minute à perdre. On vous donne des moyens. Le Powershift au Canada, c'est et je veux spécifier quelque chose parce que M. Kennedy disait aussi, c'est en démocratie, mais pour l'atteindre, on doit être pacifique. On vit une guerre en ce moment qui est sans précédent. Il l'a fait remarquer lui-même. Et la seule façon d'en arriver à s'en sortir, c'est tous ensemble, mais pacifiquement. Alors, une rencontre comme aujourd'hui, on est en convoi vers Québec, c'est pacifique. On a été pacifique tout le printemps. Lui, le premier, il disait qu'il porterait le masque. Il porterait le masque Cependant, il est prouvé, et c'est ce qu'on fait à l'international en ce moment, c'est qu'on prouve que toutes ces études-là, on arrive à dire que c'est des moyens totalement inutiles. Il y a eu la guerre espagnole. On n'a jamais fermé tous les pays pour des grippes. Et c'est de plus en plus prouvé. Et bien, ça va sauter au visage de tous les gouvernements bientôt. OK? Alors, je remets la parole à Rhonda. Do you want to introduce? Rhonda, are you there? Anything?
No, I just found a video for the Toronto rally that's happening today in downtown in Dundas Square. Okay. They've got video on YouTube and they're already rallying.
Good, good. So,
so I'm back and I lost connection. This time I'm connected. I connected my internet to the cell phone. So they're going to have a harder time cutting me off. So I'm going to continue with the last few minutes of last couple of minutes of Robert Kennedy's message. Okay.
Okay.
So we're ready. Okay. Oops. Not like that. This one here. There we go. There, that's better. And
why are you getting rich and why are we all getting poor? And what's the difference between tuberculosis and coronavirus? And why are we not wearing masks for the tuberculosis, but we are for the coronavirus? And where did it all come from? And all of those questions that we deserve an answer to, and we're not getting answered. We need to stick together. If you're a Republican or Democrat, stop talking about that. Stop identifying yourself. The enemy is big tech, big data, big oil, big pharma, the medical cartel, the government totalitarian elements that are trying to oppress us, that are trying to rob us of our liberties, of our democracy, of our freedom of thought, of our freedom of expression, of our freedom of assembly, and all of the freedoms that give dignity to humanity. What all of us need to do is we need to stay educated and informed. And one of the things that I want to announce to you today is that Children's Health Defense, my organization, with the help of many of you who are in these crowds, is launching a journal, a daily journal, and we're going to put it in every language. And we are going to weaponize information for you. We're going to tell you what the newest science is. We're going to take all the information that is censored everywhere else, and we're going to reprint it in our publication. And you can get that every day. So if you see something that is censored, we want to hear about it because we want to put it up. We are going to be the enemies of censorship. We are going to be the refuge, and we're going to allow debate. We're going to make sure it's civil debate. We're going to encourage people to be nonpartisan. We're going to allow people to come and have different opinions than us. We are not scared of debate the way pharmaceutical company and Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg and Jeffrey Bezos are terrified of debate, and Tony Fauci are terrified of debate. We welcome debate. We want to hear, if you've got a different opinion than me, I want to hear about it, and I want to see your science. And I want the public to hear us talking about it and debating about it, because the free flow of information, the cauldron of debate, is the only thing that allows governments to develop rational policies in which self-governance will actually work and triumph. You're on the front lines of the most important battle in history, and it is the battle to save democracy and freedom and human liberty and human dignity from this totalitarian cartel that is trying to rob us simultaneously in every nation in the world of the rights that every human being is born with. So thank you for your courage. Thank you for your commitment. And thank you for your brotherhood. And I can pledge to you that I will go down dying with my boots on, fighting side by side with all of you to make sure that we return these rights and preserve them for our children. And I will see all of you on the barricades. Thank you.
Hello, and that was it. Sorry about that. The video was kind of off a little there, I guess because it stopped a while ago. But you heard the message. Vous avez entendu le message. Ça a coupé un peu en dernier, mais c'est pour celui qui comprenne l'anglais. Alors, France va vous dire le dernier petit bout.
Merci, Nicole. Je ne savais pas que tantôt la vidéo elle s'est interrompue. Donc, M. Kennedy a ajouté que le combat, écoutez, là, il est bien versé en la matière. Lui, il s'occupe de la protection des enfants et il invite tous les organismes à se joindre à lui, à se joindre à nous au Canada et on se joint à eux par le fait même. OK? Alors donc, M. Kennedy nous disait que c'est tous ensemble, debout. Il nous félicite pour notre courage. Il nous encourage également à continuer à se battre contre ces monstres. Il a nommé, vous avez probablement entendu, on s'excuse, hein? Rock, pas de klaxon. Merci. Donc, juste après, on va recommencer à klaxonner parce qu'on vient de s'intégrer à c'est absolument hallucinant. Je vais vous le montrer. Tiens, je ne sais pas si Nicole, c'est possible là, de mettre ma caméra. Regardez, ici, là, c'est deux. On se joint, là. Alors, voyez-vous, c'est à perte de vue. J'espère que vous êtes capable de saisir l'ampleur. Il y a des gens en haut sur les tiens. Je vais vous laisser observer ça. Écoutez, c'est méga là, comme le convoi. Là. Allez-y, klaxon. Voilà. Bon. Ça vous donne à peine une idée de ce qui se passe ici au Québec. Moi, je suis très, très, très émue d'être ici en ce moment. Je suis extrêmement contente d'être capable de partager ça avec ceux qui n'ont pas pu se joindre au convoi. Et je suis également très, très fière d'être québécoise et canadienne, j'avoue. Ça fait longtemps que je n'ai pas dit ça. C'est pour ça que je suis très émue. Parce que c'est tous ensemble qu'on va la gagner, cette bataille-là. C'est ce que M. Kennedy nous disait tantôt. Il nous disait que jamais il va arrêter son combat contre ces monstres-là. Il ne va jamais arrêter. Il ne va pas arrêter jusqu'au jour où il va être dans sa tombe. Alors, il dit, il se joint à nous, il nous remercie, et puis il dit qu'on va se retrouver quelque part pour de gagner pour la dignité humaine. C'est ça qu'il nous dit, M. Kennedy. Il dit, c'est quelque chose qui est un précédent qui est incroyable de ce qui se passe en ce moment. Et on est tous debout pour retrouver notre dignité humaine qu'ils veulent nous voler. Alors voilà, je vous laisse là-dessus. Merci beaucoup, Nicole.
Okay.
There, yes.
So we're back. And this is what you're seeing, France. What we're going to do is we're going to try and show this for a little bit longer. So we're, Rhonda and I will disconnect and just let France's, or actually I could do a screen share too. Oops, I'm not there. Okay, that's not quite working. Okay, stop share. Just, okay, France,
Oui.
peux-tu le remettre? Can you put it back on?
Oh, oui.
And then Rhonda and I will
oui,
just...
Oui.
Okay.
OK, here we are. J'espère que vous voyez bien. Vas-y, paye-toi à traite, Rock. OK, c'est magnifique. Voilà, voilà. On a l'appui de la Sûreté du Québec. On a une magnifique journée aujourd'hui et il y a des milliers de voitures qui sont ici au rendez-vous, qui font honneur au Québec. Vraiment, vraiment. Merci, messieurs les policiers. Merci beaucoup. C'est vraiment, vraiment chouette d'avoir le support de la Sûreté du Québec. Et donc, vraiment, il y a de quoi être fier. Puis, je sais que tous ceux qui n'ont pas pu se déplacer, c'est pas donné à tout le monde. Je sais que vous êtes avec nous de tout cœur. Mais je vous invite aussi, puisque vous êtes à la maison en ce moment, d'aller sur mon site Facebook, mon site Twitter, allez voir les documents du Powershift pour signer pour votre convention civile et pour retrouver notre souveraineté collective. Avec les Autochtones au Canada et de toutes les Amériques. De toute façon, les Autochtones, ils sont tous ensemble et on a besoin de travailler avec eux. Je veux vous dire quelque chose, que j'ai eu des pensées parce que moi, j'ai beaucoup de contacts avec des Autochtones, des Amérindiens, de toutes les nations en ce moment. Et j'ai toujours été sensible à l'injustice à travers le monde. Vous savez que nos Autochtones, ils ont été bafoués, hein? Bafoués comme jamais. Mais là, je voudrais que vous preniez conscience que nous, aujourd'hui, on vit ce qu'eux vivent depuis des centaines d'années. OK? Les gouvernements ont tout fait pour les éradiquer. Mais en ce moment, le nouvel ordre mondial, c'est ça qui fait à l'entière humanité. Ils vont se garder à la terre à eux tout seuls. Imaginez. On dit insane en anglais, parce que là, je ne trouve même pas le mot en français, tellement je suis horrifiée par le scénario qui se présente. Mais c'est les peuples, tous ensemble, debout, unis, qui vont exiger leur démocratie pour enfin que les gouvernements cessent leurs abus. Parce qu'il est temps qu'on prenne les choses en main. Merci, Nicole. À vous. Ben,
OK,
on
n'est pas trop vite.
Okay. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait en ce moment? OK, sorry.
En ce moment, ben, c'est quoi votre agenda, vous autres?
Notre agenda à nous? À moi?
Oui, êtes-vous arrivés, là? Combien de minutes là, pour...
Ben là, je ne saurais dire. Je vais demander à mon chauffeur, lui, il est au courant de ce qui se passe. Dis-moi, s'il te plaît, Rock, on est rendu passé Trois-Rivières?
On est à la croisée de la 55 et de la 40.
OK, on est à la croisée de la 55 et de l'autoroute 20. C'est ça, la 55 et de l'autoroute 20. Alors, on en a encore pour environ, je vois là-bas, loin, là, 115 km de Québec. Alors, on va rouler encore un certain temps. Et puis, je ne sais pas si, Nicole, tu veux que je montre. Ben non, en fait, on l'a montré tantôt, il y avait 2 lignes. On est en train de tous s'intégrer les uns aux autres. OK?
OK.
Voilà.
No, Rhonda? Are you there, Rhonda?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find the link? Could we show maybe a live stream from the Toronto?
I did. I sent it to you inside of Messenger. The link is inside Messenger for you.
Okay, great. I'll go and get that and I'll be right back. So if you guys want to entertain everybody.
Yeah. So people know what I'm doing. I'm sort of surfing YouTube to find live feeds that are happening all over. YouTube and Facebook is what I'm doing this through. And we have a good live feed from Toronto. The Line is doing their protests that they've done every week for the last, 12 weeks in Toronto at Dundas Square. And so that's where everybody is. So if you're in Toronto and not down at Dundas Square, get down there. They're going to be there for a couple hours. So join in the protest for your rights. It's all about getting your rights back. So, and then there's protests happening all across the world right now. There's in Berlin or Warsaw, in Warsaw, people are being arrested for their protests. Yeah, it's a women's only protest. They're protesting about women's rights there, and women were arrested. And then Thailand is still protesting like crazy. Oh, they want their government to resign. Most protests in other countries are all about having the government resign, which is great. But what do you replace it with? So we're taking a different stance with the fact that there needs to be a solution with the protest. So anybody who's doing a movement across Canada, anywhere in the world, really can do the Powershift. In Canada, the one we're doing in Canada is about getting our collective rights in Canada, and you can layer it in along any protest or movement that you're doing, because it will bring your voice to the table once we have our collective rights. That's really what it's about. So while you're, keep doing your protests, keep doing your movements, but have people also take 5 minutes to sign their convention of consent, so that your ideas and movements and protests can actually come to the table with the government once we have our collective rights. So,
absolutely. May I introduce? May I jump in?
Yep, go right ahead.
Merci, Rhonda, merci beaucoup. Je voudrais vous lire des témoignages parce que ça rentre à profusion. Rhonda nous disait, je veux juste reprendre, elle dit ça prend 5 minutes à signer les documents. C'est ça qui va nous sauver la vie, là. Donc, j'ai ici un témoignage de M. Christian Ménard, un Français de France, qui nous dit « Bravo les Canadiens, vous œuvrez à la libération de tous les peuples à qui l'État profond a déclaré la guerre. Les Français peuvent agir autrement, soit collectivement en rejoignant le CNTF, en parenthèse, action politique. Collectivement aussi, mais par voie juridique seulement, on se mouille moins. Bon, enfin, il y a des sites, je pourrais les partager éventuellement, ou rejoindre M. Christian Ménard, qui est sur Facebook en ce moment. Individuellement, mais sans assistance, une adhésion qui vous couvre. Bon, OK, il y a des liens. Alors, je ne savais pas que c'était là qu'on s'en allait. Je vais essayer de vous trouver un autre témoignage dans mes commentaires ici. Alors, voici. Ah oui, donc il y a des gens il y a énormément de gens qui ont fait des recherches dans les derniers mois. S'il y a eu une chose que le confinement nous a aidé à faire, c'est nous donner du temps pour faire toutes ces recherches-là. Je ne retrouve pas le témoignage que je voulais. Je vais essayer, je vais vous rendre à Rhonda et à Nicole, puis on reviendra aux commentaires plus tard. Merci.
Okay, so I'm going to do a short live stream because this is on YouTube. So Rhonda, I think we're going to need to find links from Facebook or another source, because last time that I did that on YouTube, we got blocked for a while. Okay, so this one is from actually, I'm trying to see here. It says Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty is funded in whole and part by by the American government. But here it says several detained amid women's protests march in Belarus. Okay, so I'm just going to do a short live stream of this. Well, it's 52 seconds. Well, not 52 seconds, but anyway.
Well, I was mistaken. I had referenced that one and I said Warsaw, so I was wrong.
Okay. Hey, it happens, We're just regular people, folks. We don't work for television. Okay. So let's just.
Yeah, I just want to say something. I'm in the middle of nowhere sometimes, so I might be cut off. Okay, just want to tell you.
Okay.
Thanks.
So that was the march in Belarus. And I'm going to look for the other links here that Rhonda has given me. Looking for the one for Toronto. Oh, Jerusalem. Okay, way to go. Now, again, on YouTube, I'm going to have to be careful.
Mistakenly trust the control system.
Okay, screen share.
And give up their free will only to become enslaved to the totalitarian system of control and oppression. 10. Number 9, I personally don't know anyone who was contracted this virus. That's still true. The government cannot tell me who I can socialize with or how many people I can socialize with. And number 11, I have watched the movie The Network. I'll try to wrap this up. Okay. Many professionals like doctors, nurses, lab technicians, teachers are not speaking out against against their profession for fear of losing their jobs. Now, I believe this is starting to change. For me, it was not a consideration. COVID-19 is a fraud, and I had to speak my truth. Okay, I just want to mention some of the things I've been doing. I don't know. I felt like I was alone in this early on. I really did. Okay, so thank you, everybody. I want to urge you to look up somebody in the United States named Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai. He's running for Senate in the United States, and he's exposing election fraud. I'd also like to thank Rocco Galate, The Line, and of course, the amazing David Icke. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, John. Thank you so much. Let's rise up! Rise up! Rise up! Rise up! Rise up! Rise up! Boy, I'm telling you guys, sometimes it's tough, but we got to keep the message tight because we always want to get some great speakers so we can get ourselves going on the streets. Now, before I bring up my next speaker, I got to tell you, we just negotiated with the police, and we're going to take a route that has systematically been denied us before. But what we're going to do is this. When we're ready to march, we're going to go south on Queen, south on Yonge, we're going to go west on Queen, and we're going to go north on University. We're going to go north on University. You know what the issue was before? We couldn't head south on University because we were going to be near the hospitals so that emergency vehicles couldn't get in there. But since we're going north, we can take the east side, no problem. You guys like that? Absolutely. More visibility for our people. Then we're going to head west on College. We're going to go north on St. George, west on Bloor, up to Yorkville on Cumberland, and we're going to come back down Yonge for here. So, guys, I want to have one more speaker before we head out. Our good friend Julio, or Lulio Concilio. Come on up, my friend. Real quick message before we hit. Put your hands together, Julio!
Thank you, Lamont. My name is Julio Consiglio. I'm from Cambridge. I'm a spiritual author. I'm the author of Challenge Your Thoughts, The Healing Frequency, and Open Your Third Eye. My message today is hopefully to inspire you and to remind you of the power of consciousness within you. I'm going to give you a quick background of the potential within all of you, because what one can do is possible for everyone else. Between the age of 19 and 33, I experienced tremendous and unimaginable anxiety. I tried the conventional route, only to be told that I would be sitting up in my coffin having panic attacks. I was offered hopelessness. I persevered. I went away to school in the States. I got educated and continued to experience profound, unimaginable negative energy. I did what most people do. I got married, only to see that crumble 15 months later. At the age of 24, I watched my brother pass away with cancer. Shortly after that marriage falling apart, I was given a cancer diagnosis in 2004. And my confusion was beyond words, as well as my anger. Why was this happening on an individual level? Months later, what I would call a tremendous amount of pain from what I experienced an inner shift of consciousness, transcendence. And what I'm here to tell you is what happens on an individual collective consciousness is what is happening now on a collective consciousness. This is the awakening of humanity. The world needs your light now more than ever. Fear is a projection of the future. One dissolves fear by realizing the reality of now. Fear is a mind construct. This consciousness that we are born into is one that can be explained quite simply. We are conditioned to live between the past and the future, and that is how fear perpetuates itself. When one realizes the reality of the now and what fear is relative to the inner stillness that is within all of you, you realize fear is an illusion and you are all a part of something greater. It is beyond religion. It is beyond thought. Whether you want to call it God, whether you want to call it source energy, it is found and experienced directly in this one instant called the now. That is why the present moment is a gift. Fear nothing. Remember who you are. Envision the life you want to see. Your power is in your words. Speak that which you want to experience. Thank you. Thank you, my friend Julio. Thank you. With no further ado, my friend, there's always great people that come up. My God, I want to hit the streets, but we got to hear.
Okay, so that was Toronto, and I have to be careful with the live streaming so we don't get cut off because YouTube doesn't like us live streaming from other YouTube channels. So anyway, we just had to do that. And I'm going to look at the other one that Rhonda put up there. Okay, there's March, and then
yeah, and so far I can't find anything else that is uploaded that it has to do with the protests today worldwide. They're just not
right.
They're not there yet.
Okay, so this again too is on YouTube. Here it says live anti-Netanyahu protesters rally outside PM's residence in Jerusalem, and I really want to show this one because it's important because we had received a letter from Israel. One of our people that we work with was actually sent a really good letter to the mayor and to everybody, and they're demanding information through the Freedom of Information Act there. And oh, I like the little flags there in the back there, Flaus. But anyways, I think she would appreciate that we would be showing Israel. Israel is really, they're in a red zone as well. And so it doesn't even matter if in the red zones, whether there's any positive people tested there. Like France was saying, one small place in Quebec, not one case, and they were placed in a red zone. So they don't care. They're just trying to bring out their might, and we all need to stand up to what's unfair. So I want to show you this one from Israel. And we're back. So that was Israel, and they're protesting in front of the Prime Minister's home. Fait que là, qu'est-ce que vous avez vu? C'était en Israël. On a eu une lettre une couple de jours passés d'une dame là, qu'elle a envoyé une grande lettre. Elle travaille avec nous sur l'équipe internationale. Puis, eux autres là, sont vraiment frustrés parce qu'ils sont dans une zone rouge. Puis, même en Irlande, eux autres là, sont en confinement pour 6 semaines minimum, que Dolores nous disait. Fait que, en tout cas, ça se propage partout, là, OK? Ils sont après vraiment amplifier les choses. Fait que là, on n'a pas de choix. Si vous voulez votre liberté, s'il vous plaît, ici au Canada, allez signer votre convention civile sur thepowershift.ca. Même sur la première page, là, vous allez voir pour signer sur anglais et français. Et aussi, allez signer votre lettre de support pour l'indépendance au niveau de notre constitution de l'Angleterre, qui est encore un autre chemin qu'on peut prendre pour arriver à ce qu'on fait. Puis ensuite, ou même vous pouvez aller là, pour les Français, vous cliquez sur FR, vous allez arriver juste la page française. So anyways, what we're saying is please, 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 worldwide, they are really clamping down for red zones and making sure that people are in lockdown. Ireland, 6 weeks, and in Israel, they were put on into Haifa was under a red zone as well. So the protest that you saw was in front of the Netanyahu's house or his place, his residence. So that's what they're doing. Instead of going to a parliament, they're protesting directly at his personal residence. So that's another avenue people can take. But anyways, with us, please go to the powershift.ca and sign your Citizens Convention of Consent and also the letter of support to England that we've sent. Because what we've done is within our solution, we have 3 ways of getting there. And that's what we were doing with the court case, the letter of support that you can actually go to when you click on the website to go and sign the letter of support. You will find a PDF that you can download and have all of your neighbors and all your families sign. So children 15 years and up can sign the Convention of Consent and the letter of support for our independence. And once we have the numbers required for that, at least we can bring that into the Supreme Court and say, okay, well, this is the constitutional challenge. We've challenged it. Here are our numbers. Game over. Okay. Yeah. So by law, the people, the will of the people will reign. Okay. So nothing in law supersedes the will of the people, and the will of the people is legally signing your Citizens Convention of Consent. It's a binding agreement between the citizens. It has nothing to do with the government. This is our political move. It is our right. Legally, we have the right to do so, especially at the international level. So, hey, it's time to take our rights to self-determination and self-governance with our collective rights. So we only have those rights collectively. As a sovereign person, nobody anywhere on the planet is a sovereign person. We are collective, okay? Because everybody together is what matters. And when you live in a country, personal sovereignty, really, that's just with you and your creator. But sovereignty comes with the collective at a legal level in our countries, okay? So it's the only way to fight it and to stand up to them is to collectively get together with the Indigenous nations and Canadians. And we're also showing the other countries, smaller ones, to do the same. So hopefully they'll be able to get things done pretty quick. And then everybody should be able to follow suit, because now we'll have smaller countries that will be able to stand up all of the other countries, all the peoples in the countries to do the same thing. So, Franz, I love your little rabbit ears.
Well, you know, it doesn't look serious, but it's a serious thing we're talking about. I know it looks funny, but you know, I like it. You're like wind in the car. Okay, so now I'll go in French because it's my duty. Nicole nous disait, écoutez, on vous rappelle qu'il y en a pas ben des solutions là. On est rendu là au bout du bout. Il est minuit moins 1, vous comprenez ce que je veux dire? Alors, ce qu'on voulait vous dire, c'est que ça nous prend 5 minutes à démontrer notre volonté. ça klaxonne de partout. Alors, pour démontrer notre volonté, nous, on n'est pas un parti politique, là. Le Canadian Powershift, là, c'est seulement une plateforme pour vous donner une voix. C'est ça qui va faire la différence. Parce qu'on n'a jamais été écoutés. On a eu l'illusion d'être écoutés. Ils nous ont bien endormis. Mais aujourd'hui, on est bien ficelés aussi. Et il faut se démerder de tout ça. Et la seule façon, merci, le klaxon, tiens, il y a plein de gens partout. Donc, la seule façon de s'en sortir, c'est vraiment de dire au gouvernement, hey, là, wow, ça va faire. Nous, là, on prend le pouvoir qui nous est, qu'on a, le pouvoir sur vous. Nous, on vous a élus, mais vous ne nous représentez plus, mais vraiment pas du tout. Alors, ce qu'on fait, c'est qu'on reprend le pouvoir entre nos mains. Puis, dorénavant, dès qu'on aura atteint une majorité de signatures, évidemment, il y a 3 façons de vous manifester. Je vais vous c'est-à-dire, il y a 3 poursuites en ce moment, 3 événements qui sont en cours. Et donc, ces choses-là, c'est pour nous donner notre voix à nous versus le gouvernement. On leur enlève le pouvoir de faire ce qu'ils veulent avec nous. On est rendu, c'est dans l'inadmissible, là. Et de plus en plus, en ce moment, Israël, on a vu une vidéo juste avant que j'ai trouvé absolument extraordinaire et enlevant. Moi, ça m'inspire énormément. J'ai adoré les foules qu'on a vues à Toronto, en Israël, ils manifestaient devant la maison ou en tout cas, l'habitation de Netanyahou. Je ne suis pas très bonne dans ces mots-là. Mais donc, écoutez, on est au niveau mondial et à l'international et c'est comme ça qu'on va gagner. Les autres pays prennent exemple sur le Powershift du Canada. Alors, c'est pas peu dire, c'est quelque chose qui a été travaillé depuis des années et qui est une preuve qu'on peut y arriver, mais tous ensemble. Ce que je voulais vous souligner, je vous rappelle encore une fois qu'il y a trois choses en cours. On a la signature de la Convention civile pour dire au gouvernement du Canada, « Hey, ça va faire, là, ça ne marche pas votre affaire. On veut avoir notre démocratie entre les mains. » Et c'est ça qu'on va faire. C'est comme ça qu'on va y arriver. C'est tous ensemble en se serrant les coudes. Ensuite, il y a une deuxième chose, c'est notre souveraineté collective, la reprendre du Royaume-Uni. On s'est fait jouer des vilains, mais des vilains tours, et par le Royaume-Uni, et par Pierre-Éliott Trudeau. Alors, on va remettre les pendules à l'heure, puis on va remettre les choses comme il se doit. Parce que Pierre-Éliott Trudeau, en 1960 et 82, il nous a bien roulé dans la farine. Il nous a fait croire qu'on avait tout en main. Cependant, il a gardé tous ces pouvoirs-là pour lui, tandis qu'il aurait dû faire un référendum pour nous dire « Voulez-vous être souverain collectivement? » Il s'est bien gardé de le faire, vous comprenez bien pourquoi maintenant, aujourd'hui. Son fils est au pouvoir, puis il continue l'œuvre maléfique de son père. Bon, j'espère, je suis désolée là, pour ceux qui les aiment, là, mais je pense que les preuves sont faites maintenant. Et il y a une troisième chose que Nicole Lebrassard a mis, c'est une poursuite pour malfaisance. Elle poursuit le gouvernement du Canada, le gouvernement de l'Ontario et le Royaume-Uni pour malfaisance. Alors ça, c'est peut-être l'Ontario en ce moment qui est dans la poursuite parce que logiquement, Nicole demeure en Ontario. Cependant, tout ça, ça aura des retombées positives pour les Québécois également et évidemment tous les Canadiens. Je veux juste finir avec une petite chose. J'avais une belle... Bon, non, je vais donner la parole parce qu'il faut que je retourne dans ma tablette. Et puis, je vous remercie d'être à l'écoute. Je vous remercie d'être là. Puis aussi, d'écouter attentivement les messages qui sont véhiculés aujourd'hui toute la journée. Et vous ferez... Moi, j'ai confiance en vous. On est tous dotés d'une belle intelligence. Il est temps qu'on s'en serve. Merci. À toi, Nicole.
OK. Fait que merci à France. Fait que là, ce que je vais faire, c'est peut-être vous montrer un petit vidéo que j'ai fait, ça fait une secousse, là. Mais c'est concernant qu'est-ce qu'on a envoyé aussi à l'international pour qu'ils voient là, qu'est-ce que nous, on a apprécié d'entreprendre ici, comment ils peuvent s'arranger. Fait que là, le petit vidéo, je l'ai monté au début, on va le montrer encore pour les gens qui n'étaient pas ici. So anyways, I would like to show a video that we had on YouTube, and now it's telling me my internet connection is not stable, and that's my cell phone. So anyways, if you lose me, actually, France, I'm going to do this right now, and okay, actually, Rhonda. And did I put somebody co-host? Yes. Okay, Rhonda's co-host. So in case I fall off the wagon, they seem to be cutting me off. It doesn't matter what I try to connect on. But anyways, we're going to win this thing, and they're not. So surprise, surprise, I'm not taking no for an answer. Okay. So, you know, things are really looking up. We're really encouraged. We're working with terrific people. So now I'm going to play this little video. That one's 6 minutes long. And then after that, we're going to go back in time with Pierre-Éliott Trudeau. So stay tuned. Okay, this is not quite the same one, but we'll put it in first because it's on Facebook, and because I don't want to get penalized by YouTube. Okay, so hopefully. Oh, here we go.
All humanity is at a crossroad. We are at a time where we must search our hearts, our souls, and the reason for our existence. The choices we make today and from now on will tell the outcome of what is to happen worldwide. The choice to decide between peace and truly living, or keeping on creating chaos, starvation, misery, and slavery, rests on each of our shoulders. Look deeply to see what you will choose to do, not just for you, but those you love and their future. As we stand, the media and social media have been given millions of our dollars by our governments to create division, suppress, and oppress us by trying to keep us in fear in order to stop us from taking lawful actions to protect our country from the usurpation of our sovereign rights as the official shareholders and co-owners of the Crown of Canada by all governments since 1812, 1839, 1867, 1931, and finally 1982 to this day. Given what is happening, it will be hard to maintain peace and unity. Final decision-making authority and taking our power as the sovereigns of this country, as indicated in 1982, which was never lawfully changed on purpose by our politicians in our Constitution, nothing will change. How do we do this? There is only one lawful legal way to instill our sovereign authority as a whole in our country. The same can be said for all countries, as nothing in law anywhere on this planet can supersede the will of the people and countries. This is fact. And once you are ready and willing to listen and look at the facts, you will see the lies you were fed. In order to protect and save our country from the UN and World Bank globalization and the corporate invasion through the UN and the World Bank, both mostly controlled by the United States, to implement their all too obvious goal to destroy the human rights of all the people in all other countries, they can at this time, through planned migration and the obvious theft of the migration of people's control of their countries and natural resources. Soon, you will see the harsh reality as President Trump chooses the new head of the World Bank, who is trying to control us all. Canadians need to remain focused on our sovereignty and our sovereign rights and saving this country to end a dictatorship system of representative democracy that is in fact anti-democratic and was instilled as a world coup by the oligarchies to control all of our countries, including the United States citizens. The smartest way to move forward was to create an intelligent, quiet, unified civil resistance without causing chaos or hardships to anyone or to even our daily governance. This was created to create the safest way for everyone to be involved and to take real action, as the pen, even an online one, is mightier than words, protests, and the sword. It's what the Canadian People's Union is about, and nothing else, which, through the Citizens' Convention of Consent, will give us automatic legal control of our country once we reach 51% of 7 provinces, and all of our rights as the official sovereigns of the Crown of Canada, the right to 1 vote each as citizens, co-owners, shareholders of Canada and its Crown corporations and laws, and on all issues we want to decide upon. This has been owed to us since especially 1982.
Your Royal Highness, Excellencies, fellow Canadians, mes chers compatriotes,
fellow citizens,
le Canada
today,
célèbre aujourd'hui
at long last,
son accession à la
Canada is acquiring full and complete national sovereignty. The Constitution of Canada has finally come home, and in the future, we will now be capable of amending it in Canada without any further recourse to the Parliament of the United Kingdom. In the name of all Canadians, may I say how pleased and honored we are that Your Majesty and Your Royal Highness have journeyed to Canada to share with us this day of historic achievement.
We now have a charter which defines the kind of country in which we wish to live and guarantees the basic rights and freedoms which each of us shall enjoy as a citizen of Canada. My wish simply that the bringing home of our Constitution marks the end of a long winter, the breaking up of the ice jams, and the beginning of a new spring. For what we're celebrating today is not so much the completion of our task, but the renewal of our hope. Not so much an ending, but a fresh beginning. Let us celebrate the renewal and patriation of our Constitution. But let us put our faith first and foremost in the people of Canada, who will breathe life into it. It's in that spirit of faith and of confidence that I join with Canadians everywhere in sharing this day of national achievement. It is in their name, Your Majesty, that I now invite you, the Queen of Canada, to give solemn proclamation to our new Constitution.
The Prime Minister's speech completed, a strong speech calling on Canadians to celebrate, but also pointing out to Quebecers that he understands their dilemma at a time when their government does not agree with the package that is being proclaimed into law today. The Queen will now head towards the desk where the actual signing will take place, and Barbara, it's starting to rain very gently. One description is spitting, just a gentle rain. Let's hope it holds off. The moment the Queen puts her signature on this document, it becomes law. It will be witnessed later. The Constitution is now home. The fanfare in the background, as you can hear. Document being witnessed by the Prime Minister, the Minister of Justice, and the Attorney General, Jean Chrétien. He will be followed by the Registrar General, André Ouellet.
It's ironic, isn't it, Peter, that the three names of Canadian officials that will be going on to this document are names of ministers from Quebec, the province that the Prime Minister was just speaking to in French a moment ago.
Final signature of witness to the document that has brought our Constitution home, the Constitution Act 1982, the patriation, the new amending formula, and the Charter of Rights are now at this moment in law. The proclamation is picked up by Michael Kirby, the Deputy Clerk of the Privy Council. Huguette Labelle, the Undersecretary of State, reads the proclamation.
The United Kingdom, Canada, and her other realms and territories, Queen, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith, to all to whom these presents shall come, or whom the same may in any way concern, greeting, a proclamation. Whereas, in the past, certain amendments to the Constitution of Canada have been made by the Parliament of the United Kingdom at the request and with the consent of Canada. And whereas it is in accord with the status of Canada as an independent state that Canadians be able to amend their Constitution in Canada in all respects. And whereas it is desirable to provide in the Constitution of Canada for the recognition of certain fundamental rights and freedoms, and to make other amendments to the Constitution. And whereas the Parliament of the United Kingdom has therefore, at the request and with the consent of Canada, enacted the Canada Act, which provides for the patriation and amendment of the Constitution of Canada. And whereas Section 58 of the Constitution Act 1982 out in Schedule B to the Canada Act provides that the Constitution Act 1982 shall, subject to Section 59 thereof, come into force on a day to be fixed by proclamation issued under the Great Seal of Canada. Now know you that we, by and with the advice of our Privy Council for Canada, do by this our proclamation declare that the Constitution Act 1982 shall, subject to Section 59 thereof, come into force on the 17th day of April in the year of our Lord, 1982, of all which our loving subjects and all others whom these presents may concern are hereby required to take notice and to govern themselves accordingly. In testimony whereof, we have caused these our letters to be made patent and the Great Seal of Canada to be hereunto affixed at our city of Ottawa, the 17th day of April, on the year of our Lord, 1982.
The CPU, Canadian People's Union, being the first of its kind, is an intelligent, quiet evolution for revolutions that need to take place without chaos, bloodshed, or fear of retribution. It is also the most intelligent way for all Canadians and Indigenous nations to be in control of what happens in this country, including the control of our monetary system, all laws, and especially all corporate laws, and what the banks, including the World Bank or the UN, and what they can and cannot do in our country. Think about it. We must change the system to protect our country, our rights, and all of our futures. Which is why all countries need to instill 100% veto rule by the people everywhere. This should be the only focus of all citizens in Canada and worldwide. We are all human beings, and there should exist no separation, no division, and have complete unity upon this planet, but not in the manner that the oligarchy has been doing through the United Nations and the World Bank smoke and mirrors. Look deep within, and you will see that we are all equals within creation. We can do much better through unity than the oligarchy who is trying to control the entire planet and all of humanity. So I leave you with this. Be the rise of a new dawn. Be a true shining light. Ignite the spark of pure creation within, and together, by standing for all of our rights the right way. E-sign your Citizens Convention of Consent today and join the CanadianPeoplesUnion.com or MyFreedom2017.com. The choice between slavery and freedom is up to you. All of you.
And there's that one. I'll leave the other for a little bit later so that we, again, do not get booted off of YouTube for streaming our own videos over top of this one. Anyways, it's pretty interesting to see what's going on. And, it's the only solution available. And I'm seeing some people, who still have a hard time understanding what our birth certificate is, what our social insurance number is. And, you got some people who, through pseudo common law, which is actually illegal in Canada, you can't go back and take old laws and try to use this one for your own, to suit your needs, okay? Because the law is the law. Whatever's there is what you have to use, not something that no longer exists. So anyways, under common law, okay, pseudo common law, again, somebody wrote down, what was it? The Republic of Canada. You need to get that out of your head because that will not happen legally. And the only way that it could happen would be illegally. So I mean, we don't support any of that in that sense because we do not support our, people risking going to jail. We need to protect everybody, even if we have to tell the truth. Be very wise about that. And it takes 51% of the Canadian citizens to agree with whatever you decide to do. So we can't just go and do what we think on our own. You need because your voice only speaks for you and you cannot speak for everybody else. So whenever you're making plans on how you're going to change the system, or you want this and you want that and you don't want that and you want this instead, what we are doing is not a free-for-all. It's about collective unity. It's about coming together and being in agreement. It's about becoming responsible, which means it's not your way or the highway, okay? I'm sad to say, but, reality is that under a collective, we either stand to lose everything right now, or if we go overboard, the people will want to stay with the government. And that's a reality. So we need to explain things properly and make sure that we're politically correct in that sense. So when it comes to your birth certificate, people need to drop that little chant, okay? Because your birth certificate is your right to this country. Your social insurance number, once we have our rights and we take over this governance, if we were to just reset everything, we'd still need something like a social insurance number. Okay? Why do I say that? Because there's 5 Nicola Brossers. Who's who? You have to issue numbers, okay? Identification. You live amongst a society. You don't live alone on an island. If you want to be sovereign and claim your sovereignty, buy an island. Live alone, because in a community you have to agree to a set of rules and conditions so that everybody is happy with. It's not about you, okay? It's about everyone. It's about the future of everybody in this country. It's about the future of the indigenous nations that have been ripped off forever, as Florence was mentioning in French a while ago. The reason why we can as well even be more in tune with decolonization and self-determination is because we also have indigenous peoples who have that right. So when you were listening to Pierre Elliott Trudeau earlier, and even in the Royal Proclamation, when they say Canadians can now amend their constitution, amending doesn't mean being able to destroy it and replace it. That's the key. Who has the authority to do that? Only the UK. If you do not believe me, please check paragraph 12 and then paragraph 65 of the Canada Constitution, not just your rights and freedoms, the other part, okay? And then you will see the reality and you'll go ding, 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 ding. 1982 was a huge fraud. You were just witness to it. Now, as well, our shadow government, and as you heard in that proclamation, the Privy Council. Who gets to sit on the Privy Council? Well, the first one was Paul Hellyer, who is still there, technically. Mr. Paul Hellyer on the Privy Council. Every opposing government, all of the cabinet members then take part in the Privy Council, and then also the leader of the opposition. So who is part of the Privy Council right now? Who would be part of the Privy Council? Okay, if Justin Trudeau had actually majority, probably. Okay, Jagmeet Singh. Why does he not want to go into a new, to call an election and to work for the people, along with all the other political parties there that could get rid of Justin Trudeau today? They are controlled opposition. That's what a controlled opposition is. They pretend to be working for the people, but they actually work for the one stabbing you in the back. And that's what it is. So, people need to realize that the only way we can do something in Canada legally is to be united, is to have compassion, is to have understanding, and not the all for me. What's in it for me? Well, what's in it for you right now is the rest of your life. Because as far as I'm concerned, if we have to live this way another 6 months, life is not worth living in my book. Nobody needs to live under those conditions. When it comes to, your right to choose, you have the right to choose what you'd like, but it also has to be a consensus with everybody else. Because we're not supposed to do whatever we want and to hell with everybody else. So when it comes to the birth certificate and your social insurance number, and some people say, oh, I want to walk away from that. We had this problem with that pseudo common law and the common law courts. Well, you do not have the right to make a common law court unless you have jurisdiction to do so, because then you just called yourself a judge, which is impersonation and illegal. It's like nobody's supposed to be, taking themselves for lawyers, because you can't say you're a lawyer when you don't have a license to do so. With me, I'm able to talk about the law and what I bring to the table because I'm a researcher. So I can talk about everything I've researched and what I think about it as a researcher, not as a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. Okay, that's fraud. So you got to be very careful. Our criminal code in Canada is almost 1,300 pages long, and this is what people do not understand. They have laws in there that you've never even heard of. Why? They got royal, you know, they don't have to pass a law all of a sudden. They're already buried in there, and you might not even know about it. But they will use it when they feel like it. They don't need to enforce them until they feel like it. And that's the sad reality. And until we take our rights, we have no rights. So we have to follow the law. We can use the international law. So now for those who weren't here a while ago, I will show you, I'm going to let France explain what I just said, because I can see she's got something to add there. Is there something you want to add, France?
No, I don't want to add anything. I just said all that earlier. I thank you so much, though. Nicole voulait me donner la parole, mais je vous ai tout dit ça en long et en large depuis le début. Mais il y a une chose, par contre, Nicole, si tu veux bien nous parler du common law, nous expliquer ça en français, s'il te plaît, parce qu'il y a tellement de gens qui confondent le common law, le common law juridique, le common law pseudo, qui est illégal, ça serait vraiment très apprécié.
Oui, OK. Fait que je vais le faire en français, là. C'est parce qu'il y a bien des gens là, que je vois qui répondent dans le chat puis qui parlent de notre identification, OK? Notre carte d'assurance sociale et notre certificat de naissance. La plupart vont dire, ils croient que le certificat de naissance, OK, celui-là qui écoute le pseudo-common law, OK? Ils disent les certificats de naissance sont en grosses lettres. Bien, voici la mienne. OK? La voyez-vous, là? OK? C'est des petites lettres. Je ne sais pas si vous la voyez comme il faut. OK? Alors, c'est pas vrai, là. Le numéro d'assurance sociale, oui, mais ça ne veut pas dire qu'ils ont volé votre nom. D'un sens, oui, mais dans la réalité de qu'est-ce qui se passe, c'est que les gens qui se disent qu'ils vont déchirer le licence, ils vont déchirer le carte d'assurance sociale, ils veulent se détacher du gouvernement. Quand j'ai confronté à l'international le groupe de Common Law Court, OK, la Cour Common Law à l'international par des citoyens et non une cour légale, OK? Il y a une différence entre les deux, là. Fait que nous, au Canada, on a ce qu'on appelle le Common Law juridique. Ce n'est pas le common law pseudo. OK? Puis ça, c'est parce qu'il y a la loi civile. Puis la loi civile, ça, c'est la loi corporative. Fait que la différence entre le Québec et l'Ontario et les autres provinces, c'est que le Québec a la loi civile. Tandis que les autres provinces, on a la loi commune, juridique et ensuite, et aussi la loi civile pour les corporations. Puis on est géré sous le gouvernement comme une corporation. OK? Fait que les gens qui disent qu'ils veulent se débarrasser de leur licence et tout ça, vous faites une grosse erreur parce que vous avez été brainwashés par des gens qui n'ont pas pensé plus long que le nez que, hey, minute, là, ça vous appartient aussi, ce pays-là. Hein? Vous êtes plus riche et plus puissant que vous ne le pensez. Mais si vous voulez vous débarrasser de vos droits au Canada, bien là, vous allez être pauvre en calvaire. OK? Puis vous arrangez avec vos troubles. Mais qu'est-ce qui arrive, c'est que vous ne pouvez pas penser que vous allez avoir tous les bénéfices puis pas participer dans la société. C'est un oxymoron, OK? Fait que, si j'en insulte quelques-uns, là, allez vous instruire encore plus loin. Arrêtez d'écouter Pierre Jean-Jacques et allez vous informer. Fait que là, si vous êtes débarrassé de votre carte d'assurance sociale puis vos licences, vous êtes mieux d'aller vous chercher une copie parce que franchement, le gouvernement ne se n'est jamais débarrassé. Et légalement, il ne peut pas. Parce qu'il faudra qu'il y ait la permission de 51% de la population pour se débarrasser de vous. À moins qu'il y ait une loi là, qui peut vous députer. Puis là, il y en a une de ça. OK? Mais il faut que ça soit cette raison-là. Fait que là, au niveau du code criminel, au Canada, le code criminel a quasiment 1300 pages. Puis là, on a de l'information là-dedans, là, qu'il y a des lois qui ont sorti avec, puis sous le code criminel, que même les gens n'ont même pas aperçu, ils ne savent même pas, ils n'en parlent pas, ne sont pas obligés de les utiliser tout de suite, sont juste là en cas qu'ils veulent l'utiliser. OK? Fait que ça, là, c'est vraiment dur à gérer dans ce sens-là. Fait que là, c'est bien mieux pour les citoyens de garder l'identification parce que oui, dans le fin fond, ça nous appartient. C'est à nous de reprendre nos droits parce qu'on donne nos droits quand on vote pour un politicien. C'est pour ça que nous, on ne vote pas. OK? Celui qui comprennent bien ça, là, on ne vote pas parce que moi, je refuse de donner mon droit collectif à un politicien. OK? Parce que c'est ça qu'on fait. Puis là, eux autres sont obligés de devancer le parti politique et non qu'est-ce que les citoyens veulent. OK? C'est de même que ça marche. Puis qu'est-ce que les corporations veulent? Jamais au niveau des citoyens. Fait que là, c'est à vous de décider. OK? Parce que nous, ça nous prend tout le monde pour participer, au moins 51 mais ça prendrait encore plus que ça parce que vraiment, ça serait beau d'avoir un consensus. La liberté ou l'esclavage, c'est à vous à décider. Une signature, pas de signature. C'est aussi simple que ça.
Il me semble vraiment là, que le choix est facile à faire quand on présente ça comme ça. La liberté ou l'esclavage.
Ouais.
Moi j'ai juste un choix, là, j'en ai même pas deux. Là. Hein? Je voulais souligner à tout le monde que le Powershift, là, c'est votre porte-voix. C'est exactement ça. C'est une plateforme pour vous faire entendre votre voix. Alors, vous avez la chance de le faire, là. Quand on va être passé à l'esclavage, il va être trop tard. Voilà. On ne veut pas être alarmiste. On est juste très, très réaliste. Voilà. Oui. Est-ce que vous me permettez, Madame Nicole, que je lise, tu sais, j'ai parlé aujourd'hui de la ville de Latuc au Québec. Est-ce que je peux en parler?
Oui.
J'ai ici
oui, puis je vais aller chercher l'autre vidéo en temps.
OK, ça ne sera pas tellement long, mais vous pouvez tous trouver sur Internet, c'est Facebook. C'est de la main même de Marie-Louise Tardif, députée de La Violette Saint-Maurice, qui écrit « Un citoyen de Latuc me demande pourquoi cette agglomération passe au rouge avec aucun cas actif. Si vous voulez savoir, voici. C'est parce qu'il s'agit d'une recommandation, entre parenthèses, une demande, que Dr Marie-Josée Gaudy, directrice de la santé publique au CIUS MCQ, a faite à Dr Horacio Arruda, directeur national de santé publique, afin de protéger le système de santé. Il y a un manque d'infirmières et d'infirmières auxiliaires et le personnel est épuisé. Mais ça, là, s'ils sont épuisés, là, c'est pas à cause de ce qu'on vit depuis quelques mois. Je dis pas le mot, là, parce qu'on veut pas être censuré, d'accord? Cependant, c'est parce que le système, ils n'ont pas pris soin de leurs infirmières et de tous les employés en hospitalier, OK? Moi, je comprends très bien qu'ils soient épuisés. Ça fait pas depuis 6 mois, ça fait des années, des décennies qu'ils veulent pas organiser, ils veulent pas arranger ça. Alors, quand on dit qu'ils sont épuisés, ils ne sont pas épuisés depuis les derniers 6 mois, ils sont épuisés depuis des dizaines et des dizaines d'années. Je continue la note de Mme Marie-Louise Tardif, députée de La Violette Saint-Maurice. Pour terminer, c'est donc par mesure préventive. Nous sommes conscients des contraintes et nous comprenons vos questionnements. Ensemble, nous faisons tous des sacrifices afin de sauver notre système de santé et pouvoir servir adéquatement les personnes malades. Bien là, je ne sais pas si vous avez vu tous les témoins qui vont dans les urgences des hôpitaux qui sont vides. Les unités COVID sont vides également. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui en ont témoigné. Alors, à vous de faire une idée, de vous faire une bonne idée. Voilà l'explication pour la ville de la Chute qui est passé au rouge avec 0 cas. Merci beaucoup. Je vous rends la parole. Rhonda, do you have anything to say? It's been a while.
No, I'm here looking for video stuff online. So yeah.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna
You know, I just sent you girls. I couldn't.
Okay, so
yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, you're cutting out. When you're moving too much, and I do the same. If we're moving too much with our hands in front of our camera, it slows it down.
Okay. Anyway,
it's trying to look.
I'm jumping out anyway. Bye.
Okay. So, Franz, after that, I'm going to play that video from the other guys that are doing the live stream for the convoy. Okay. So we'll do the 6-minute one and then we'll go to that. Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nicole. I'm from Canada, and I am part of the Canadian group to combine all the lawyers and the doctors and the scientists in regards to lawsuits being undertaken worldwide in order to save our countries and our rights from being destroyed by this COVID planned pandemic, and to also liberate all the people finally, because if you think you were free before COVID, we were never free before COVID. As long as the people don't have final decision-making authority in our governments, we were never free. So nothing in law supersedes the will of the people, and this is what we've done. So if you come to thepowershift.ca, you will find out that all countries can do the same. And what we have done to help everybody worldwide was to create an ebook that we have called Powershift to Freedom. And if everybody gets together worldwide and we all manifest, and as they say in French, manifest. It sounds better than protest because we're manifesting our future and our power shift to freedom. And this is how the meek will inherit the earth. And we'd like you to join us, and everybody worldwide, Robert Kennedy Jr., Dolores Cahill, Rainer Fulmiak, and, Dr. Schoening, and everybody that has participated in bringing you the truth. The doctors worldwide that are, and the scientists are getting together. This is for you. This is for sanity. This is for common sense. This is what is right to do. So please, we need yous to do the same as what we are doing at thepowershift.ca, which is signing your convention of consent, which is what we did, which is our political move.
In free democratic countries, the people of a free country are the sovereigns as a whole. Therefore, the people are the exclusive executives as the final decision makers through referendums. No queen, king, governor general, or government is sovereign, nor the final decision makers unless the people have consented to accept them as their sovereign or exclusive executive to rule over them. In Canada, the Constitution was created and repatriated in such a way to purposefully remove the power of our status as a free people without our consent, giving the exclusive executive authority to the federal and provincial governments. This is usurpation and theft of our lawful rights. In free democratic countries, the people create their constitution or can ask their government to create it, but it must remain to the benefit of the people and not to the benefit of the government. And the people are the ones who can accept it or change it through consensus. The way this is done is that the people set up and own their governance and government, including all assets derived within. The courts of law are created for the people and the government. Courts get their jurisdiction by the people. The courts fall below the people as a whole and are the checks and balances for the people to ensure that the government follows the law of the land, being the Constitution, for all to follow. Law is created by and for the people to ensure good governance and peace, and how we as individuals are governed through our mutual agreement within the laws of the Constitution. Governments do not own the Constitution, nor the right to dictate to the people, nor do they possess the right to oppress us by selling our assets and natural resources, or enter us into a global governance scheme without our consent. This means that the Canada Constitution 1867-1982 is a fraud upon the people and First Nations brought to us without full consent by our politicians to this day. All are guilty of fraud, seditious conspiracy, and treason upon the people it claims to work for. So what does this mean? It means that Canada is in crisis and that we the people must initiate a Canadian constitutional change to remove the Queen as sovereign and the Canadian governments as exclusive authority over Canada and the people within our Constitution. Doing so is our political right. So what can we do before the next election? Are you ready to make Canadian and world history? If so, we the people together can change our Constitution by removing the Queen and the governments as exclusive authority at the federal and provincial levels by doing two things. One, join the People's versus the Queen and Government Constitutional Public Interest Class Action at thecanadianpeoplesunion.com and myfreedom2017.com. So join us today at the Canadian People's Union, a people united in participating in our constitutional public interest class action Powershift challenge today. Thank you. So anyway, we'll move on with this, and hopefully we'll see you on our website. And if you need any assistance, please email us from thepowershift.ca. And if you are a doctor, a lawyer, and you would like to take part in coordinating with all of the doctors worldwide here in Canada or anywhere else, and you don't know where to go, you can contact us at thepowershift.ca. Thank you.
And we're back, and I have a visitor, and this is Cashew. And the reason she wears the name Cashew is because she likes cashews. OK, so anyways, là, je viens de vous montrer la vidéo. Je m'excuse pour la traduction française, là, c'est pas fameux. Mais au moins, vous allez avoir un peu une bonne idée de qu'est-ce qu'on a dit, là. Un peu, si vous mettez le bon sens ensemble. Fait qu'en tout cas, là, on va passer après ça, là, on va montrer là, les gens qui sont capables de faire le live stream au niveau là, pour le convoi. Puis, de même, ben, on va avoir un petit peu de tout le monde. Puis, là, France, mec, il allait être là en chemin. Là, elle va être capable de nous montrer qu'est-ce qui se passe en direct. OK? Fait que là, je vais vous passer ça. Rhonda, did you have something to say?
No.
No?
No, no.
No? OK. So, anyways, là, je vais continuer avec ça. OK? On vous revient. Okay, I'm not hearing anything.
Tu montrais ma caméra, Louis-Pascal, s'il te plaît? Ça marche-tu?
Négatif.
C'est négatif.
Moi, je pensais, les amis, qu'il y avait,
Voyez-vous?
l'hélicoptère tantôt. Là. Je pense que ça va venir. Il me semble que j'ai...
Voyez-vous la route?
OK. Alexandre, Stéphane va se plugger. Stéphane Kennel.
Voyez-vous ma vidéo?
Oui, on voit.
On perd ton son, Benoît.
Ben, t'es-tu là, toi, là? M'entendez-vous?
Oui, on t'entend plus. Je ne sais pas si Louis t'entend plus.
OK, écoute, Stéphane Kennel, là, il est en train de se plugger. Tu l'as-tu?
Pas de son, Stéphane. Il faut que vous activiez le son.
Parfait.
Connexion de l'audio, ça ne devrait pas être très long. Voilà, Stéphane.
Le son. Allô, tu m'entends?
Oui.
Oui, c'est pas fort, hein? Allô?
Oui, on t'entend.
Oui, mais on n'entend pas fort.
Non, ça se peut. Je sais pas. Moi, je suis au maximum, là. Puis, c'est probablement à cause du Zoom, là, probablement. Là.
J'entends vraiment pas fort.
Je peux pas. Là, tu m'entends-tu plus?
Fais sortir ton son dans ton radio de véhicule, puis monte le son sur ton téléphone et dans le radio de véhicule.
Hein? Quoi, pardon?
Mettez le son dans le véhicule et mettez le son du véhicule au bout.
Allô?
Oui.
Bon, parce que j'entends vraiment pas fort. Mon micro, il est ouvert.
Monte la radio.
Je vous ai... là, mais moi, j'entends vraiment pas fort.
Est-ce que t'es connecté?
Allô, Nicole, do you hear me?
Faudrait que tu t'arrêtes sur le coin.
Ah, c'est pas une bonne idée, ça, avoir un gars d'armée là.
Hey, j'entends pas, là.
Nous, on t'entend très bien, en tout cas, on t'entend bien.
D'abord, moi, je vais parler. Stéphane va parler, puis ça va être ça.
On mute for now.
On nous entend pas
Okay, fine. Oh, thank you. I was just expecting the helicopter to talk, and from what I see, it's not. So I'm sorry. On arrive à Québec bientôt. On est sur la route encore. Et puis, vraiment, est-ce que tu as vu une affiche?
Québec.
Non? OK. Je ne sais pas dans quelle ville on est rendu. Québec. Québec, 35 kilomètres. On approche.
En tout cas, c'est pas mal intéressant. It's pretty interesting to watch and from different cameras.
Oh, okay, good. Well, they're not talking, they're mute, hein? OK. Je vais aller chercher des pensées que j'ai dans mon... J'espère les retrouver, zut de flûte. C'est pas facile là-dessus. J'ai des belles pensées de Sigmund Freud. Si je peux les retrouver assez rapidement, là, ça ferait mon affaire.
Right.
Oh.
So France is looking for Sigmund Freud's
yeah, and it's both in French.
Yeah,
it's both in French and English. So I tried to find it somewhere.
Good.
Yeah, thanks.
So we'll leave it like this so that we can chat too, Rhonda, and kind of see what they're seeing, because right now they're trying to communicate. So actually this will work fine.
Okay, we're now very, very slow. You know, it's better this way for now. Okay, I'll try to, I'm sorry, because, you know, it's not an easy thing to go from one page to another. I usually have on my computer, you know, we are not Radio-Canada and we don't want to be. No way. I guess I'm in a very slow section of because.
Well, it's a really nice day. It's a beautiful day out there.
Yeah. Oui. Oui, madame. On a un petit trou. Ça va faire du bien à tout le monde d'avoir la paix tranquillement, pas vite, là. OK. C'est ça, mon Internet ici, ça tombe mal un peu. C'est vraiment compliqué, là. On dirait que ça roule pas. Chocolat. Ah, j'allais. OK? J'arrive.
Parfait.
J'arrive. Alors, j'ai ici quelque chose à vous lire. Sigmund Freud disait, la plupart des gens ne veulent pas vraiment la liberté parce que la liberté implique de grandes responsabilités et que la plupart des gens sont effrayés d'assumer ces responsabilités. Now in English, the problem is part of this. Most people don't really want freedom because freedom involves responsibility. And most people are frightened of responsibility. So we have to be courageous. It's now or ever. It's now or never, I mean. Voilà. Ça prend beaucoup de courage pour se lever debout puis prendre nos responsabilités en main, mais c'est la seule chose qui va nous sortir de ce merdier. Voilà. À toi, Nicole. Ah, Nicole est partie. Elle m'entend, mais elle est partie.
Oui, je t'entends.
D'accord, merci. Alors, on a vu à l'écran des gens qui s'organisaient entre eux en Zoom. C'est intéressant parce qu'ils ont gardé le contact malgré tout. Là, on se rapproche de Québec. On est à une trentaine de kilomètres de Québec, puis on voit que la circulation devient beaucoup plus dense et beaucoup plus ralentie. Remarquez, moi, ça fait mon affaire quand ça va plus lent. C'est bien correct comme ça, un chauffeur. Je l'énerve quand je lui demande de ralentir, mais ça, que voulez-vous? C'est les joies de la vie. On a passé une magnifique journée. J'espère que vous avez appris des choses. On a eu des vidéos, des discours intéressants de gens qui travaillent à l'international. On a eu notre avocat qui est en Irlande, M. Martin. On n'a malheureusement pas pu parler avec M. Michael Swinwood, qui est dans notre équipe, mais sûrement que c'est partie remise. Vous l'avez peut-être déjà vu sur Facebook dans d'autres Zooms. Et donc, I'm surprised that Rhonda doesn't take the microphone now. Mais Rhonda, de son côté, elle travaille elle cherche des vidéos de ce qui se passe à travers le Canada. C'est pas nécessairement évident. Chacun fait sa petite chose. Mais justement, la solution, c'est qu'on soit tous unis. Je vais répondre à des questions parce que vraiment beaucoup de personnes qui m'ont parlé de ça sur Internet, qui me posent la question, pourquoi, là je vais oser le dire en ce moment, pourquoi on n'a pas de voix, parce qu'il y a des lanceurs d'alerte qui ne parlent pas de Canadian Union. Moi, je pense que je commence à comprendre pourquoi. Peut-être parce que cette solution-là, eux, ils ne veulent peut-être pas nécessairement l'intégrer. Pourtant, on est reconnu à l'international, c'est que ça doit avoir de la valeur, là, c'est sûr. Et donc, oui, on a un camion. Tiens, bon, en passant, on a un camion de l'armée ici. Wow! Ça doit être, ça avait l'air d'un fourgon pour isoler les gens. C'est un camion de l'armée qu'on vient de croiser. Mais on ne rentre pas toute la gang dedans, non, c'est vrai. Il devait en rentrer une vingtaine, pas plus. Hein? Puis là, on est des milliers. Alors, encore une fois, la preuve que c'est l'union qui fait la force. Voilà. Je vous rends la parole, les filles. Bon, bien, ça a l'air que c'est moi qui ai le micro. Arrivé à Québec, je vais remettre mes lunettes pour vous dire où est-ce qu'on se rend. Si jamais il y a des gens de Québec qui veulent venir nous rencontrer à ce point-là, je vais vous dire exactement c'est où. Il faut que je lise ça ici. Alors, le convoi va se dissoudre à la sortie 330, précisément, route l'Allemand à Lévis, dans la région de Québec. C'est l'endroit où chacun pourra prendre la décision à ce moment-là de retourner chez lui par la suite. Il est maintenant, quelle heure est-il en ce moment?
Là, on est à 299 km.
Oui, d'accord, OK. Je fais salut à des gens. Il nous reste combien de temps, Rock?
Il reste 30 km.
30 km vers Québec pour notre destination. Jusqu'à la sortie 330. Merci beaucoup pour l'information. Moi, je suis mieux de ne pas suivre la route. mon pilote n'aime pas ça. Voilà. Alors, c'était une journée absolument magnifique en votre compagnie. Oh, c'est dommage, il y a quelqu'un qui a perdu son pompon. Les autos ont été décorées aujourd'hui. Il y en a quelques-uns qui ont perdu des plumes en cours de route. On voit des vestiges sur le bord de la route, là, pas tant, mais quand même. À travers le Canada, je sais qu'en Saskatchewan, en ce moment, c'est beaucoup plus... Je pense que c'est... Combien de temps? J'ai pas pu le chercher sur Internet, j'ai pas fait la recherche, mais il y a un décalage, hein, au Canada, on a un décalage. C'est pour ça qu'on n'a pas eu des gens en direct aussi d'Europe. On a eu, c'est-à-dire qu'on a eu la magnifique vidéo d'Israël, que la manifestation était vraiment, vraiment extraordinaire. Eux, là-bas, ils vivent des choses absolument terribles. En ce moment, en Thaïlande, en Argentine, c'est... je dis terrible, mais rendu au Canada, on n'est pas loin là, d'être rendu là. Ils commencent à parler des camps d'isolation et puis des gens de l'armée. Alors, je vous assure que c'est pas joli ce qui s'en vient. C'est pour ça que moi, je trouve que le choix qu'on a à faire devrait être facile. Il s'agit juste d'être conscient des conséquences si on ne fait rien en ce moment. Alors, Nicole, tu es de retour?
Oui, je suis ici.
Merci.
Je t'appelle lire les commentaires dans la fondation.
Oui, OK, d'accord. Moi, j'ai eu un moment d'Internet plutôt chaotique. Alors, à toi, si tu veux.
Oui, c'est parce que là, j'essaie de voir là, quand elles sont pour montrer ou afficher les photos de l'hélicoptère.
Oui.
Là, mais je ne vois pas rien en ce moment qui disent que ça va venir tout de suite. Okay. Alors, là, ils ont comme fermé, là.
Oui. J'espère qu'ils ont... ils ont peut-être une batterie morte, mais j'espère que ce n'est pas celle de l'hélicoptère. Non, sûrement pas.
Non, c'est ça. Là, ils sont à peu connectés encore, là.
Ah, d'accord, OK. Les autres aussi ont peut-être des ondes. Ben, c'est ça, c'est plus au ralenti, là. OK, alors... Oh. Attends un peu. Petit moment tranquille ici.
Oui.
Ah, OK. J'ai un beau témoignage ici qui me vient de Creek Ferry. OK? Alors, merci, merci, merci. Depuis quelques semaines déjà, j'ai senti qu'il était maintenant temps de s'organiser et de passer à l'action. On a assez parlé, on a assez tenté de faire passer le message que ceux qui sont prêts à s'impliquer s'impliquent. C'est là, désormais, qu'on doit mettre notre énergie. Count me in. Bon, alors, un fier patriote qui se manifeste.
Bon, parfait. Je sais, j'en ai reçu beaucoup aussi, là. Puis je m'excuse aux gens qui nous ont écrit. Je n'ai pas eu vraiment la chance parce qu'on t'a fait organiser là, les avocats et les scientifiques et les médecins, puis avec les lois et tout ça. Fait que là, cette semaine, on devrait avoir des lives avec ces gens-là pour être capable de vous montrer qu'est-ce qu'ils ont à dire et comment s'impliquer aussi. Fait que, d'après ce qu'on voit, c'est vraiment les lois internationales. Le vidéo qu'on vous a montré tantôt, c'était vraiment là, pour montrer comment, quelles lois que les citoyens dans chaque pays peuvent utiliser, les mêmes choses, et d'enforcer ça dans leur pays. On les a vraiment donné là, un petit guide à quoi utiliser, puis là, les avocats vont s'arranger avec ça, et aussi les médecins au niveau des droits. Fait que là, on voit là, sur l'écran, là, sont après jaser un entre l'autre, mais il faudrait vraiment voir où ce qu'ils vont démontrer là, finalement l'hélicoptère, mais je pense qu'ils vont peut-être attendre de voir que quand vous arrivez tout ensemble à Québec. Penses-tu ça?
Ben, je m'excuse, je parlais avec mon conducteur. Qu'est-ce que tu me demandais, Nicole, s'il te plaît?
Je me demandais voir s'ils vont attendre pour l'hélicoptère là, une fois que vous allez être rendu à Québec, peut-être.
J'en sais rien. Comme j'essayais d'expliquer tantôt, j'essayais d'expliquer en douceur que je n'ai pas tellement de contacts. Ils ont fait leur affaire, puis nous, la nôtre également. Et c'est très bien ainsi. Mais cependant, mon cher conducteur préféré, il me fait remarquer que là, on est à peu près à 25 kilomètres de Québec-Lévis et que si le trafic est vraiment très, très, très lent en ce moment, c'est que, évidemment, on va prendre une sortie d'autoroute là-bas et que ça ralentit énormément le trafic. Alors, voilà pourquoi ça va être un peu plus long pour arriver là.
OK, fait que je vais laisser voir c'est quoi qu'ils disent ici, là.
OK.
L'écrire dans le chat, sortie Lévis Centre-Ville, dans le stationnement du MODE, M-O-D-E, choc, C-H-O-C.
Là, Stéphane, je pense que lui, il pourrait le marquer parce que lui, il est arrêté là, présentement. Là.
Ah ouais, OK,
Non, mais on a Louis aussi là, qui fait la job de gestion du Zoom, je pense. Il pourrait le marquer aussi.
Ouais, veux-tu mettre l'adresse exacte?
J'ai besoin de l'adresse, vas-y, je vais l'écrire.
C'est le mode choc.
Oui, puis après ça, j'ai pas pris le reste.
C'est le stationnement du mode choc sorti Lévis Centre-Ville. Puis l'adresse, c'est 5475 rue Wilfrid Allé, à Lévis.
Bon, Nicole, ça, c'est des indications qui se donnent entre eux, là. Oui. Ça ne nous concerne pas. Nous, on va vraiment suivre le plan qui est inscrit, la sortie 330. Alors, moi, je ne dérogerai pas de ce plan-là. OK? Eux autres, ils avaient l'air à se donner des indications privées, là, c'est ce que j'ai cru comprendre. Nous, on s'en tient au plan et on se dirige à la sortie 330 route l'Allemand à Lévis. C'est peut-être pas loin, là, ce dont il parlait, mais je ne sais pas, je ne connais pas le coin assez. Je vais faire des salutations aux gens en haut. Hey! Ah, le trafic. Le trafic, le trafic. Moi, j'aime pas ça, là. J'ai fait un gros effort aujourd'hui pour venir jouer dans le trafic parce que c'est pas une chose que je capote bien gros là-dessus, là. Oui, bon, et évidemment, des kilomètres et des kilomètres. Je m'excuse, Nicole, vas-y.
Ah, c'est correct, c'est parce que j'étais pour te dire qu'on a perdu Rhonda.
Ah, c'est pour ça qu'elle ne répondait pas, d'accord.
Puis, elle est partie faire une commission avant. Oui, elle est partie faire une commission, elle va revenir. Puis, ça faut dire aux gens en anglais, là. What you were seeing a while ago were the people en route and making plans. So we're going to be waiting. We were waiting for the helicopter to be able to see everybody. So that's probably going to happen a little bit later on. And something else that I want to check, I want to see if we've heard back from, I still haven't heard back from Elke. We don't know if they're okay in Poland or what's happened there. But anyways, I haven't heard back from actually, how can I say, Martin, because Martin should be able to get a hold of her. So now we're probably going to have tomorrow more details in regards to what's going on everywhere.
Sure.
So,
everybody's so busy today. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And in Toronto, we had Sherry. So also share with you is just like a 2-second video, and they made their t-shirts for the CPU. So
nice.
We were thinking of ordering some of those, and Rhonda has been sharing that video from Facebook.
Yeah,
and
okay.
I'm just going to go back to see where it is. And
I heard you guys. I heard you guys a little earlier. You were talking about t-shirts and something, but it was in English, and I was elsewhere. So there could be some t-shirts coming, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to show you a little video. Actually, there we go. I'm going to stop this so that we can restart it. And I'm going to show this one. I got to move everything around my screen here.
Yeah. See you later. I'm off now.
Okay. Okay, so this is Sherry Ann Day, and she also helps us with the Powershift and the CPU, and she's been a real sweetheart, as well as Margaret Bingham, and Margaret's made videos, and so has Sherry in regards to the Powershift, and they are in Toronto right now. So I'm going to unmute this and start.
Okay, this is actually a video. With the Powershift.ca challenge. Okay, with the lightning path under beings.
Yep.
Tell us what we're doing.
We're doing the Powershift. We're giving the power to the people.
And we're grandmother with Cherie's grandchildren.
Yeah.
And we're heading home now. With our clan behind us.
Yes, yes.
Godspeed. We'll be at the rally. Woo. Okay, this is actually a video.
Okay, so I don't know if you can actually see this. So c'est des t-shirts que Sherry Ann son ami ont fait.
Yeah, they're nice.
Okay, so, yeah, and they've got 2 pictures of them.
Okay.
This is what they have on there. Okay.
Okay.
Enforcing our collective sovereign veto rights.
Mm-hmm.
The Powershift.ca challenge, the people versus the government, join us.
Wow.
So this was somebody who donated those t-shirts to them and made them. So we'll hopefully we'll get a whole bunch and people will be able to get them. And then we'll have different ones that Rhonda wants to put up.
Okay.
So that's what's going to be coming. Okay.
Okay. Mm-hmm. That's great.
Okay. So I'm hearing some beeping. So we're back on live.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm wondering how people are doing in the chat here.
Let me show you the traffic. Oh, it was a curve, so you could have seen better. Look at that. It goes so far ahead. So far ahead. We're all part of this convoy. I'm sorry you can't see anymore, but not this one though. I don't think the boat was part of it, but anyway. La prochaine fois que la prochaine fois qu'on va arriver, là, probablement quand on va descendre, là, je vais être capable de vous donner une belle vue de. Il y a beaucoup, beaucoup de gens, des kilomètres devant et derrière. C'est assez impressionnant. Ah, merci, Rock. Tiens, on voit devant, là. C'est beaucoup plus loin que ça. Peut-être que c'est pas suffisant comme. Regardez tout le monde qui nous supporte ici. Bon, je fais une blague, là. Je fais une blague, c'est un concessionnaire automobile. Bon. Ils sont tous en break, eux autres. Bon, écoutez, on est vraiment tout près, là. Ça veut dire qu'on va peut-être avoir des t-shirts bientôt pour les gens qui veulent s'afficher, là. Ça va être merveilleux.
C'est ça.
Ben là, le problème, c'est qu'on va porter ça sous nos manteaux d'hiver.
Yeah. Well, the thing is France was saying we'll be looking at getting t-shirts. Unfortunately, here in Canada, we'll have to be wearing them underneath our jackets.
Winter jacket, yeah, soon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Today,
so, and that's the funny thing about being international is that everybody's doing different things and we all have different weather, different time schedules. So it's really, you know, like this morning I would have had to start live streaming at 3 a.m. And then I thought, well, you know what? We'll start our own and then we'll combine everything together once we get everybody's videos and see, you know, the damage that was done in some countries in regards to the police, you know, disrupting, not that the people would, but, you know, the global police and see in which countries they've actually brought them in, because so far we had them here, and Canada is the #1 country advancing the New World Order along with the United States. So when you look at where all the information comes from, where it leads back to, even in Israel, and Israel is also causing a hell for their own people. So you've got these three countries that actually really brought this in with the PPPs and all this, and the World Economic Forum, the World Trade Organization. You know, the World Trade Organization was launched in Canada first, above everywhere else in the world. The same thing with the other ones. We were always the first ones to create acts for these things. So Justin Trudeau and his father, I guess his father kind of openly launched it. Now his son is finalizing. And that's why none of the political parties will take him out. Okay, so the political parties in Canada, politicians are controlled opposition. So it's better for the Canadian people to understand what the power shift is about. And we have a book here by Vaughan Lyon, okay? And he was a social sciences, political science, I should say, teacher. And he wrote this book, From Party Elites to Informed Citizens, and that's what we need to be. And unfortunately, he passed away before I was able to, you know, communicate with, I did communicate with his family. And this is Vaughan here. And, but mind you, we need to tweak this for the Canadian citizens, because he thought that he could just simply go to the MPs and MPPs and they would bring this about, and none of them, everybody he interviewed, he mentions it in here that they did not want to be beneath the people. They do not want to be civil servants, which is what they're supposed to be. And this is what also in the Ansard or in the communications where Canada got bitch slapped by one of the judges at the UN because they were saying that it was not a good idea for Canada to give us our rights, you know, and to the Indigenous peoples. So the judge was really upset. So when you look at all of this, you can see that no, the politicians do not want to be beneath the people. They want to be on top and calling the shots. And this is where you see a lot of controlled opposition. Fait que là, je suis après dire que l'opposition contrôlée, là, les politiciens comme ceux-là, ils veulent rien savoir d'enlever Justin Trudeau-là où ce qui aurait la meilleure chance pour protéger les citoyens. Je l'ai dit avant. Puis là, le Powershift, ça a été écrit par Von Lyon. Comme c'est là, je ne l'ai pas vu dans aucun langage, OK? Mais il l'a produit. Puis, qu'est-ce qui arrive aussi, c'est que...
Attends, je veux mentionner, quand tu as dit aucun langage, c'est qu'il est seulement en anglais en ce moment. Mais c'est quand même un livre à lire, là. C'est très important.
C'est ça, parce qu'on peut toujours voir là, avec un traducteur. Vous savez, je ne sais pas si Kindle long en train de faire la traduction, mais
non,
ça va être...
Je l'ai cherché en français, il n'est pas trouvable, non.
Non. Fait qu'on peut peut-être demander là, qu'il fasse faire en français, qu'on ait une traduction. Là, avec la France, tout ça, il y a une dame là, qu'elle, ils font de la traduction. Fait que je vais lui demander au moins le plus important de traduire pour les citoyens. Fait qu'on va essayer de travailler là-dessus. On ne sait pas combien de temps ça va prendre, mais ça ne devrait pas prendre si tant de temps que ça. C'est parce que la différence entre l'anglais et le français pour la traduction, c'est que ça veut pas dire toujours les mêmes choses. Fait qu'il faut qu'il vraiment, c'est pas juste une traduction comme Google, là, OK? Parce qu'on voit que ça plante plusieurs fois, là, ça ne dit même pas les bons mots. Alors, on va essayer de voir. Mais grosso modo, qu'est-ce que ça dit ici? C'est qu'est-ce que nous, on fait. Puis, Von Lyons était en sciences politiques. Puis, il n'y a aucun politicien là, qui voulait l'écouter, puis essayer autant qu'il a pu. Puis, il n'y a pas un politicien qui voulait le backer parce qu'eux autres ne veulent pas être sous les citoyens. Ils veulent être au-dessus des citoyens et de faire les décisions. Fait que c'est tout un cas d'égo. Alors, nous, on ne supporte aucunement aucun parti politique. Puis, la raison pourquoi je dis ça, c'est parce que ils vont vous promettre toutes sortes d'affaires, puis c'est sûr et certain qu'ils vont essayer de se garder là-dedans. Là. Fait qu'on ne peut pas accepter rien que nos droits au-dessus d'eux. Et aussi faire changer les lois, là, parce que là, en nous étant les exécutifs, toutes les lois qu'il y a comme celle-là dans notre Constitution, là, on peut changer là, le fait que l'exécutif ne peut pas être chargé, mais eux autres peuvent être chargés. OK? Fait que là, ça va tout changer les choses à notre bénéfice à nous. Puis ensuite, c'est nous qui vraiment la Corporation du Canada, toutes les corporations qui sont sous la Corporation du Canada, incluant les banques, sont toutes enregistrées au Canada sous la Corporation du Canada. Alors, quand on va être en charge, c'est nous qui va dire aux banques c'est quoi qu'ils peuvent faire et ne peuvent pas faire au Canada. Et c'est là où on peut faire certain là, que si c'est nos ressources naturelles, que nous, on a le 51 % de vote dans la corporation et eux 49 % maximum. OK? Là, il faut qu'il y ait des redevances, tout ça. Là. C'est de même qu'on va changer les impôts qu'on pourrait changer là, les impôts à des dividendes à la place de la taxe.
Wow. Ben oui, absolument.
Chose qu'on peut faire. C'est pour ça qu'ils ne veulent pas nous donner nos droits.
Attends, je vais te montrer.
Puis au Canada,
là,
on peut imprimer l'argent qu'on veut. OK?
On voit bien là de loin. Je ne sais pas si vous pouvez saisir l'ampleur, là, mais on a 3 rangées de véhicules là, en avant, en arrière. Je suis désolée, Nicole, je t'ai interrompue. Je suis vraiment désolée.
Non, c'est correct, c'est ça qu'on veut voir. C'est pour ça qu'on est ici.
OK, la prise de vue était meilleure que depuis très longtemps. Là. Et puis tantôt,
OK.
ça va être hallucinant.
Bon. Fait que là, ce que j'ai fait, c'est quand je ferme ma caméra, c'est juste toi qui vois. Fait qu'ils sont capables de voir les autos plus grands, là, OK?
Ah, d'accord, OK. Ah, ben là, j'ai plus la même prise de vue, malheureusement. Mais non, derrière, derrière, c'est fou, là. Bon, en tout cas, j'espère que le message va porter. Tu nous disais des choses très, 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 très importantes, Nicole, tantôt, parce que le Canada, c'est une corporation, c'est bâti pour protéger ses corporations. Alors, toutes les banques, les grosses compagnies, tout, c'est eux qui demandent au gouvernement et qui exigent au gouvernement, finalement, quelquefois, probablement même sous la menace, là, j'oserais dire. Est-ce possible? Je crois que oui.
Oui.
Les corporations, c'est eux autres qui ont le pouvoir.
C'est pour ça que les gens... Comme c'est là, c'est eux autres qui ont le pouvoir, mais nous autres, on peut changer ça, là.
Oui, absolument.
Okay? Parce que c'est les
absolument.
ententes qui ont fait le gouvernement.
Oui, exactement. Alors, nous, à partir du moment où on est majoritaire, Rhonda nous l'avait dit plus tôt, 51 minimum, évidemment, pour être majoritaire, mais espérons qu'on va l'être à 70-80 éventuellement. On le sait que c'est une grande responsabilité d'avoir notre liberté, d'acquérir cette liberté-là. Mais Nicole nous l'a dit plus tôt, c'est où la liberté ou l'esclavage. Là, moi, mon choix est fait. Là. C'est vraiment la liberté. Et c'est pour ça qu'on se tue à l'ouvrage. On ne compte plus les heures. Des meetings à l'international depuis des semaines et des semaines. Il y en a en boucle. On en finit un de 2-3 heures. On embarque dans un autre de 2-3 heures parce qu'il y a énormément d'alliances qui sont bâties. Et c'est comme ça qu'on va arriver au bout à la lumière.
Oui, c'est ça, parce que what France was just that, by being together, this is how we're going to arrive at the light, because we've met a lot of people at the international level. We've been having meetings after meetings. We finish a 2 to 3 hour meeting, then we're right back into another one to talk about what just happened and then to try and organize, and then more people come in. We have to introduce again. So, which reminds me, don't forget the one tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. That's going to be an amazing time.
Yeah.
And it gets hard to leave these Zoom meetings because, everybody wants to have a word. Like some of these meetings sometimes were 60 or more, and everybody's got something to try and add. So that makes it confusing. So now we were almost 260 now. So, and we're the organizers. That's just the organizers. That's not everybody from 40 countries that are part of what we're doing. And, and I have to show this website. Actually, where is it here? And it was a letter from, okay. Now I'm going to show this website. Okay, and it's the World Doctors Alliance.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually very nicely done. It's got a very important letter. Right now, I can only find it in English in the PDF, but I'm sure that they're trying to translate all of them in every language. So this will be a website to go to. Fait que là, on va vous montrer là, un site web que les docteurs viennent juste d'avoir, ça fait pas trop longtemps. Puis là, il y a une lettre très importante là-dedans qu'on met en PDF. Puis, j'espère qu'ils vont la faire traduire, comme on est supposé d'avoir tout ça traduit dans différentes langues. Alors, éventuellement, ça va venir. Mais je voulais vous montrer ça aussi, puis faire un partage, parce que c'est très important que vous voyez ceci. Fait que je pense que...
il nous reste 5 km avant d'arriver à destination, nous. Mais c'est extrêmement lent. En ce moment, on va à 30 km/h depuis un certain temps.
Fait que arrête-moi aussitôt que tu as besoin. So I'm just telling France that they're almost at their destination. So if she stops me and we go to that, how can I say, then you will be able to see exactly what's going on. Okay, I'm just going to bring this here. And that's the World Doctors Alliance. Okay. And I'll show you Elke because she was on here. And she didn't make it today. So this is an independent nonprofit alliance of doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals, and staff around the world who have united in the wake of COVID-19 response chapter to share experiences with a view to ending all lockdowns and related damaging measures to reestablish universal health determinants of psychological and physical well-being for all of humanity. So what we're doing is for everybody, and this is who we're working with. Okay, and this is Dolores Cahill. She was the one that actually initiated the World Doctors Alliance. When she was actually, they were threatened to fire her from the university where she is. She actually owns a few, well, one for sure, one cheapers. It's a teaching hospital, and I mean this woman's biography is just unbelievable, and all of the work that she's done, and you know, she's an amazing scientist. And then you have Dr. Mohammed Adil, and then Dr. Zach Cox, and then Dr. Andrew Kaufman, Dr. Heiko Schoening, Dr. Enric Feichner, Dr. Scott Jensen, Elke de Klerk, and Dr. Michael Nordfors. But Elke right here, the one you see here, she's the one that was in Poland today from the Netherlands in the protest where apparently it went south, it went bad with the police there. So anyways, they sent an open letter to the UK government and governments of the world and the citizens of the world. So this is actually the total signatures so far, 22,208. Okay, and so they've got all of these signatures right now. So this is the introduction says, we are told initially that the premise for lockdown was to flatten or protect the NHS from being overwhelmed. It is clear that at no point was the National Health Service, NHS, in any danger of being overwhelmed. And since May 2020, COVID wards have been largely empty, and crucially, the death toll from COVID has remained extremely low. We now have hundreds of thousands of so-called cases, infections, and positive tests, but hardly any sick people. Recall that 4/5, 80% of infections are asymptomatic. COVID wards have been by and large empty through June, July, August, and September 2020. Most importantly, COVID deaths are at an all-time low. It is clear that these cases are in fact not cases, but rather they are normal, healthy people. The so-called asymptomatic cases have never in the history of respiratory disease been the driver for spread of infection. Rather, it is symptomatic people who spread respiratory infections, not asymptomatic people. It is also abundantly clear that the pandemic is basically over and has been since June 2020. We have very high likely reached herd immunity. We have very highly likely reached herd immunity and therefore have no need for a vaccine. We have safe and very effective treatments and preventive treatments for COVID. We therefore call for an immediate end to all lockdown measures, social distancing, mask wearing, testing of healthy individuals, track and trace, immunity passports, the vaccination program, and so on. There has been a catalog of unscientific, nonsensical policies enacted which infringe our inalienable rights, such as freedom of movement, freedom of speech, and freedom of assembly. These draconian, totalitarian measures must never be repeated. Now for the lockdown. COVID has proven less deadly than previous influenza seasons. There were 50,100 flu deaths from December 2017 to March 2018 in England and Wales. There were 80,000 flu deaths in 1969. To date, we have circa 42,000 COVID-related deaths in the UK. We have never locked down society for a respiratory virus before. The basis for lockdown was a mathematical model by Professor Neil Ferguson. His modeling, which predicted 500,000 deaths in the UK, has been roundly condemned as being not fit for purpose. His estimated death figures were clearly wrong by a factor of 10 or 12 times. Professor Ferguson's modeling was not even peer reviewed before being acted upon by several nations. Eminent epidemiologists such as Professor Gupta from Oxford University was ignored. They estimated the death count would be far lower in the UK. Professor Ferguson has a long track record of woeful modeling. He was entirely wrong about SARS, MERS, mad cow disease, and swine flu. Why did the world listen to him again? Countries which did not lock down, Sweden, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, and Belarus, have all done significantly better than us in terms of percentage of population deaths. They also have herd immunity and intact economies. Lockdown did not save lives, and this has been published in the Lancet. In our analysis, lockdowns and widespread COVID-19 testing were not associated with reductions in the number of critical cases or overall mortality. The vast majority of deaths occurred in elderly and very elderly people. The vast majority of deaths occurred in people with pre-existing serious health issues such as cancer, cardiovascular disease, Alzheimer's, diabetes, etc. COVID poses virtually zero risk to the under 45s who have more chance of being struck by lightning than dying of COVID. COVID poses a very small risk to healthier older 60-year-olds who have a greater chance of accidental drowning than dying from COVID. The entire nation was essentially placed under house arrest. We have never isolated the healthy before. Isolating the sick and those who are immunocompromised makes sense. Isolating the healthy has tampered the establishment of herd immunity and makes no sense. To put into perspective, we had 115,000 smoking-related deaths in the UK in 2015, compared to the 42,000 deaths from COVID. We usually have around 600,000 deaths every year in the UK, roughly 1,600 deaths per day. So then they go to collateral damage. The cure is worse than the virus. Placing the public under virtual house arrest has caused untold damage to both physical and mental health. Ventilating patients instead of oxygenating patients proved to be a deadly policy and an unwarranted failure. Ventilation resulted in many unnecessary deaths. So I would call that murder. Sending infected people from hospitals to care homes placed the elderly and frail under unnecessary risks and resulted in many unnecessary deaths. So when do you ever hear? So they planted a virus, a human as a virus into the nursing homes. Again, murder by design. Blanket to not resuscitate DNR orders were imposed on thousands of people without their consent, nor the consent of their families. This is both unlawful and immoral and lead to unnecessary deaths in care homes. Hospitals became essentially COVID-only centers. Vast numbers of patients were willfully neglected, resulting in many thousands of unnecessary deaths. The government's own report estimates that some 200,000 people will die as a direct result of lockdown, not the virus. Hospitals being closed, suicide, and poverty will result in more deaths than the virus. The cure is worse than the disease. Death certificates. The majority of people who died had significant comorbidities, such as Alzheimer's, cancer, cardiovascular disease, and diabetes. Counting death certificates with a mention of COVID as being a death caused by COVID is a gross misrepresentation of the facts and has vastly over-exaggerated the death toll. The rules for the signing of death certificates has been changed solely for COVID by the Coronavirus 2020 Act. Doctors do not even need to have physically seen the patient in order to sign death certificates. Oof. The Act has removed the need for a confirmatory medical certificate for cremations. Autopsies have virtually been banned, no doubt leading to misdiagnosis of the true cause of death and also reducing our understanding of the disease itself. Worse still, care home staff largely have no medical training. are able to give a statement as to the cause of death. COVID was put on death certificates merely on the suspicion of people having COVID. This may well be unlawful since it is a crime of falsified deaths to falsify death certificates. People who die within 28 days of a positive PCR test are deemed to have died from COVID, even if they die in a car crash or from a heart attack, clearly overinflating the death toll. Economic ruin. Reports now estimate that as many as 6.5 million people in the UK will lose their jobs as a result of lockdown. It is well known that poverty directly adversely affects health. We can expect to see many people suffering with poor health and resulting in many premature deaths as a result of lockdown. Now for censorship. Governments have acted maliciously in censoring doctors, nurses, and NHS staff. The people have the perfect right to hear what is going on in hospitals, and the medical professions have a duty to look after the public and to reassure them. The medical profession have not been allowed to let the public know that the COVID wards have been empty for months, nor that COVID deaths have reached an all-time low for months, and that has unnecessarily added to the public distress and anxiety. Doctors and scientists with views that differ from the government narrative have had their videos and articles removed from the internet. Well, I can attest to that. You don't have to be a doctor to get them removed. I'll tell you that. Just mention COVID or anything or something negative about the government and you're gone. So PCR tests. Okay, testing false positives. PCR tests cannot be verified for accuracy as there is no gold standard against which to check them. The virus has not been purified. PCR tests cannot detect viral loads and are prone to false positives. A positive PCR test does not mean that an individual is infected nor infective. In fact, approximately 90% of the PCR positive cases are false positives. We therefore have no second wave and no pandemic. The government's report estimates a false positive rate of between 0.8 to 4.0% using data from the other viral infections, not from COVID. Viral fragments may remain in people's bodies for several weeks following recovery from infection. The crisis will never end if we are waiting for zero positive tests. Everyone has probably had a cold caused by the coronavirus and will likely have a few viral fragments matching those of the cousin SARS-CoV-2 virus. Testing healthy asymptomatic individual is nonsensical, unscientific, and colossal waste of money. The government's moonshot daily testing program will cost $100 billion, roughly 2/3 of the annual NHS budget. Antibody testing is not a gold standard as many people have T-cell immunity and antibodies may not circulate following recovery from infection. Now on hydroxychloroquine. The controversial drug hydroxychloroquine, HCQ, have been unfairly smeared by the WHO, CDC, NIH, and the media. However, hydroxychloroquine has very firm support from, amongst others, Professor Harvey Rich, epidemiologist from Yale, the American Association of Physicians and Surgeons, AAPS, American Frontline Doctors, the Henry Ford Health System, and Professor Didier Raoult, microbiologist and infectious disease specialist, to name a few.
Nicole?
The Lancet was...
Nicole, you told me to interrupt you.
Yeah.
We are now at exit 3:30. Okay, here. This is the point, final point. And I just want to show you people over there. You know, it looks like, from what I've seen, it looks like that it's only, we turn around, that's it, that's all. Okay? It looks like the end. Okay? Moi, je vais vous dire, les Québécois, que là, en ce moment, on vient de c'est elle qu'on voyait tantôt. C'est elle qu'on voyait tantôt. Bon, OK, je veux vous dire qu'on est rendu, excusez-moi, j'ai perdu le fil. On est rendu à la sortie 330 de la route l'Allemand, là, à Lévis. Et selon ce qu'on a vu depuis tantôt, nous, les gens tournent de bord et s'en retournent. C'est aussi simple que ça. Il n'y a pas de rassemblement ici. Ce n'est qu'une sortie d'autoroute. Alors, on voit ici les gens en haut qui reprennent le chemin du retour. Les milliers de gens qui ont défilé. Ça va s'arrêter comme ça. On va sûrement avoir on va avoir des nouvelles, des vidéos demain. C'est évident là, que l'hélicoptère va nous partager des images. Et à toi la parole, Nicole. C'est parti.
Bon, est-ce que... Oui, je suis là.
Oui, alors d'après ce que j'ai vu, là, oui, je t'entends bien. Alors, on voit très bien qu'on tourne, c'est tout, c'est une sortie d'autoroute. Il n'y a rien ici, il n'y a pas de centre d'achat, il n'y a pas de rassemblement. C'est simplement qu'on a fait de la route, qu'on a eu le plaisir de jaser ensemble, qu'on vous a montré des vidéos. Et Nicole, ce que tu viens de nous lire, c'était vraiment important. Je suis désolée pour vous, mais il y en a beaucoup au Québec quand même qui comprennent l'anglais. Nicole, elle nous lisait l'association, l'Alliance des médecins qui ont prouvé hors de tout doute que tout ça, c'est une fraude, absolument fraude, et que ça mérite d'être des accusations pour crimes contre l'humanité. Voilà, je te laisse la parole, Nicole.
OK, là, je t'appelle partager là, le live là, de la fondation.
Ah oui? OK, good.
Pour voir ce qui tu le vois-tu, là? Mais là, ils viennent de fermer, mais tantôt, c'est allumé.
Ah, ben ça va circuler sur les réseaux, là, ça c'est sûr. Là.
Ouais. Mais là, vous êtes supposé de vous rencontrer quelque part?
Ben non, d'après ce que je vois, là, il n'y a rien du tout.
Vous alliez au Parlement?
Non, c'était pas au Parlement aujourd'hui. On s'en allait directement à Lévis, à la sortie 330. Et puis, il n'y a absolument rien. C'est des champs de vaches. C'est des champs de vaches. OK?
OK, parce que
bon, OK, on vient de s'arrêter là, pour parler à des policiers, en tout cas, faire signe à des policiers. Là. Nous, Nicole, je ne sais pas. Oui, c'est une bonne idée, ça. On va tourner. On va être en mesure de parler, mais il n'y a vraiment rien du tout. C'est comme un turning point, that's it. C'est tout.
Okay.
Voilà. Oui.
And there's nothing on your, there's nothing else on your, what they...
non, ça c'était la fin. Non, je vais te montrer. Je vais aller dehors pour to feel the vibe. Un instant. Je vais me débrancher de tout, là, évidemment. Il fait froid, là, mais je vais sortir sans mon manteau. OK. Est-ce que j'ai la caméra? OK.
Un instant.
Voilà. C'est un peu une queue de poisson, là, ma foi. Regarde, je vais vous le montrer, là. On arrive ici. Ça, c'est la sortie. Vous le voyez très bien. J'espère que ça va être bon parce qu'il y a du vent, là, que vous allez bien m'entendre. De toute façon, ça ne sera pas long. Alors, tu vois, il y a la sortie, les gens sortent et puis ils vont en boucle par-dessus le viaduc. Ils retournent, je pense, comme ça et ils reprennent l'autoroute vers la maison. C'est ça.
OK.
Alors, oui.
OK. So this is the end of the, end of the road. Everybody's turning around and then heading back home. So we thought they were going to the Quebec Parliament, but no, not today. And we still haven't seen the helicopter, but what we'll do is put everything together later and see, what transpired with the helicopter, what they showed. So we'll be able to put something much better in the next few days for you all.
Yeah, we'll get some videos for sure. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So there's another video that I'd like people to see afterwards, and it's in regards to this doctor that Michael was telling me about and his wife found. And he's actually really amazing. It's Dr. Bush. But anyways, what we could do is, I guess it's late enough now, 3:45.
Yeah.
And what we'll do is we can sign off, let everybody get settled in for their Saturday, and we can come back a little bit later with the other video.
Okay, I want to thank you
How's
very
that?
much, everybody, for your patience. Je veux remercier tous les gens francophones qui nous ont suivis aujourd'hui. Voici la fin, je le disais, là, voyez-vous, on sort de l'autoroute par une sortie, la sortie 330, et les gens reviennent. Voyez-vous, ils sortent ici, puis ils vont par-dessus le viaduc, puis ils retournent à la maison. Alors, ça finit comme ça. On va sûrement avoir des morceaux, des bouts de vidéo à vous montrer dans les jours qui viennent. Demain, nous, on a un gros meeting à l'international. On va avoir encore plus de nouvelles pour vous lundi. Merci beaucoup à tous. À toi, Nicole.
OK, fait que France,
Oui.
on les voit encore, là, sont tous arrêtés d'un stationnement.
Oui, ben, il n'y en a pas beaucoup des gens stationnés. Là. Nous, on a osé,
Non,
là.
non.
Mais les
OK.
gens sortent de l'autoroute et retournent à la maison. Ça s'arrête comme ça. Voilà.
OK. Parfait. Fait que là, on va. Je vais parler juste un petit peu plus, puis
OK.
Hey, je vous ai. Bon, je t'en revenais.
Ben,
OK.
Est-ce que tu veux que je te quitte là-dessus?
Oui, tu peux me quitter là-dessus. Je vais faire juste une coupe de commentaires. Et ensuite, parce que je pense on est là-dessus là, depuis 9h30 ce matin. Fait que je pense qu'on a fait une belle journée quand même.
Oui.
Puis, ça a été vraiment intéressant. Là,
merci beaucoup à tous. Alors, merci. Oui. Merci beaucoup, Nicole, pour la coordination de chez toi. Et puis, on se reparle très bientôt.
Okay, so thank you everybody for watching, and I guess this is going to be the end of the road for us too, and we'll get back to the rest of our Saturday, and then later on I'm probably going to be Zooming a video actually that I wanted everybody to listen to, because it's really important in regards to our microbiome. And I don't know if I even said that right, but anyways, how can I say, tomorrow we have another Zoom, but it won't be live. And once everybody gets back, because a lot of people were trying to organize all kinds of things for today. So everybody was extremely busy. Doctors were going to other countries to speak and all this. And you know, we'll be able to catch up with them, and stay tuned, because we will be doing interviews all next week. Okay, so thank you. Good. Have a great evening. Fantastic weekend, and sign your Citizens Convention of Consent at the powershift.ca, and the letter of your letter of support to have the Canada Act repealed in the UK, so that we can get back to having a referendum in regards to, you know, the people coming to power. Okay, so sign your convention and sign the letter of support, and then you'll see where the letter of support is. You can print that out, a PDF, get everybody to sign. Kids 15 years and older can sign this, as well as the Convention of Consent. So we're going to leave you with this, and we'll get back to you on news about Elkie and the people in Poland. And once we have an idea of what's going on, we'll get back to you. Thank you. Have a great evening. Bye-bye. Love you all. And thanks you.